Greetings, viewers and listeners. Welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play show and podcast produced by Lionhead Gaming. This production is the Lionhead Gaming version of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic 1 to 20 adventure book for D&D 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. A blend of classic high fantasy with Greek mythology to create an epic saga of an adventure, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. And so, with that, I want to let the cast reintroduce themselves and their characters.
Hello, this is John, he, him, and I play Mercury, the Siren Demigod Sorcerer. Well, I'll tell you what, there ain't no finer god on this entire realm than Kira. She gonna make the sun shine, and she gonna make that music just flow.
Hello, I'm Brendan, he, him, and I play Sophia, the Stygian philosophy wizard. We are all just pawns in a game of which we do not understand the rules.
Hey, I'm Kishi. I play Bartholomeos, the Minotaur Herculean Barbarian. May the Ancient Ones watch over you.
I'm Nick, he, him, and I play Theamos, the human dragon lord paladin. Okay, Sophia. What's irritating, doesn't go away, and makes you miserable? A lich. Get it? Because it's a play on it's your no fun. Mercury would have laughed at that joke.
Hi, I'm Nikki, they, them, and I play Imperia, the nymph Amazonian ranger. Dragons. They're just such awe-inspiring creatures.
I'm Mel, she, her, and I play Nyx, the nymph prophecy cleric.
I've spent centuries asking questions, and the only ones who have ever answered me are the stars.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Peter, my pronouns are he, him, and I play Atreus, the human hoplite fighter. Remember what has been lost. Fight for what hasn't been.
Excellent. And with that, we want to go ahead and now allow the wonderful Peter to go ahead and do this week's recap.
Last time on Heroes of Thylea, we returned to our heroes, locked in combat with a pack of trolls and their shaman. While the situation, at certain points, got a bit harrowing, but our heroes were able to push through and, consequently, properly meet and introduce themselves to their ally in arms, Athenaeus and his ward Blanchette. They were able to sort of tell what had happened. It seems that there were two clans that Athenaeus knows of and is a part of, and the fires of war and conflict had been restoked with the trolls, and so it was agreed between these two clans that they are to relocate into one, but a very non-auspicious storm had delayed their meetup and consequently caused this clan to get ambushed and taken out. While Athenaeus is understandably wary of his new allies, they decided to forge somewhat of an alliance to help each other up the mountain, with our heroes trying to get up to I forgot what it's called. Some sort of citadel, I think?
Necropolis.
Or keep. The Acropolis, yes. Thank you. While Athenaeus is working hard to try to get him and Blanchette up to the second clan so they may reunite. Yeah, there you go. Rest for the night. As Nyx seems to have a question for Atreus, which is where we are now.
Indeed.
I think I got everything.
Yeah, you did. Nicely said. As your mythic inspiration, my wonderful little friends, does not reset. As you continue on your journey, you gain 1 more point, taking you to 3.
Ooh.
Unless, of course, you've spent some.
Time to reopen those rules and see what you can do with 3.
A
Right?
lot.
Yeah. But it also makes me very nervous for what's ahead.
Are those rules?
I pinned it in the hot cast chat. I pinned a version that you guys can actually zoom in and read as a PDF that opens in your browser. So, during the course of our watch, Nyx was going to be quiet a bit towards the end when she tries to start this conversation with Atreus. How did you cope after losing your brother? And as Nyx gestures over on herself where you had shown your scar.
Hmm. Lots of time, Nix. Lots and lots of time. It was tumultuous at first, but it's like Atreus seems to struggle to find the words. I had help to get over it.
Friends? Other friends? Or the liquid
He just
kind?
shakes his head. Only one friend. She was a mother, I believe, to one of my closest friends. She had to, I believe, take care of her mother, who was off and away from the village, which is how she survived.
Was it
As he just
recent?
nods.
Or were you young?
No, many years ago. I've had lots of time for my wounds to heal. It is why I do not look for the dragon for vengeance, but as a closure to my story. To that story. I think
Closure.
I've long since made up my mind about this, and I've come to terms and peace with it.
Does the day ever haunt you?
No. Maybe earlier before I made peace and came to terms with it, but no, not anymore. I had a new thing to look forward to, which was to help my friend's mother in the town she was a part of, which is where I was before I got pulled into all of this.
Hmm.
I
Remember
found a
those?
new life and I found how to rebuild it next.
Hmm. I thought I had done the same, but sometimes I still hear everyone from that night. Sleep can be the most difficult to find in those moments.
Hmm.
Unlike you, I didn't have help. Shoulders that could have been offered for me to cry upon were instead cold. Probably because I was the only youngling that wasn't whisked away. I guess all time's really given me is just perspective. I don't know if I'm still so bitter towards my neighbors. But what you said about closure is interesting. I'm not sure where I stand.
Why not?
I guess I don't know if what I'm looking for is closure or if it was revenge. I thought they would be one and the same. What would the difference be? Your family is still gone. Those that you loved have already been destroyed. What is even the point?
I think the difference is pursuing something to get revenge because what they did was wrong versus them wronging you. Although that's quite hard to say. I feel like that's hard for you.
I suppose it gets harder. The older I get and the more Lutheria slights me. The more I learn, and she still has semblance of control over me.
Hmm. So do you think you are fighting for the latter than the former?
I don't know anymore. Up until this point, it was about, I guess, making my moms proud, avenging my lost sisters, or I don't know, maybe that's just what I tell myself. Because the fact of the matter is, Atreus, I don't think I'm going to survive long enough to see Lutheria herself. I don't. And I've known for a very long time. Once you reach half a millennia, I just start thinking it's only a matter of time before she gets tired of this game, right? I guess this idea of revenge or closure, this odyssey, it's how I keep my sanity. Because if you're aware you're not even in control of your own destiny, then what's the point in anything else that you do?
Hmm. Well, it's important to have purpose. Otherwise, you might go hollow.
Yeah.
After all, if you don't find purpose here, well, I've seen others find purpose in their drink or their other vices.
Hmm.
I suppose combat is, and fighting for your life is not a very long-lived purpose. So maybe we should go back to alcohol.
Yeah. That's what I have this for. As Nyx pulls out the horn of Balmatria, it makes for a very good drink. Not the hallucinogenic kind either. As she's going to, I believe, can't remember if it's a command word, but she activates its magic so the horn fills with wine, and she takes a sip from it.
Nifty.
And then she offers it to Atreus.
Hold his hand up. Just shakes his head. Not while we have work to do.
Fair enough. Not
I'll
while
let
we have.
myself relax when we're done with this necropolis and we're off the road of the dead. Like I usually do. But we're on duty.
Nyx just smiles a little bit and then tilts the horn until it empties out onto the ground. Fair point. Back to work then.
Fighting every day, like it is your last.
Like it's my last indeed.
Can I ask you something?
Certainly.
Is Kyra awake? Actually, Trace looks around for Kyra.
You see Kyra leaning against a section of the bubble, seemingly with her eyes closed.
We walk among gods, but do you think gods need followers, or followers need gods?
I believe in the case of the five, it's a mutual exchange. Their followers, it is what empowers them, and in return, they can offer them gifts. Such as those that are clerics, whose magic comes from their worship. I believe it is part of them having worshippers and followers so devout that gives them the strength. That is how they are able to perform great miracles. And in turn, these miracles that are performed help those who worship them. If they didn't have anybody that still believed in them and prayed at their own personal altars, they may not have had the strength or the spark to aid in our fight against those elementals and clear the storm over Mitros. And clearing the storm over Mitros, thanks to the power given to them by their worshippers, now is a reward, a thanks. For they could see the sun again, they could leave their homes again. It'd be a different scenario than what it is with the Titans, where the Thylean races, such as, like myself, nymphs, or such as the tortured sirens who worship Thylea and Sidon, not getting very much in return, but more so doing it so that they wouldn't continue to be punished. The notion of gods caring and appreciating their worshippers is one that took me quite a very long time to grasp and understand. I just thought it was not possible. I think that's the key difference here. We walk among gods who are benevolent and love those who they call their children. And we are to fight titans who feel like they are entitled to the worship of the beings that walk upon their mother's world. Not even Thylea herself is as spiteful as her children.
I ask that because one can't help but ponder their own mortality.
Yes, I'm reading some scrolls that talk a lot about that.
I figured you were the best person to ask that question. I feel like if I asked it to Sophia, she would give me the approximately the same answer as you. Although I suppose more.
Oh no, I don't think so. I think Sophia would ponder what would it matter? And then start to wonder, oh God, I don't even know how she'd start to wonder. I ask Sophia a question and it's never a yes or a no. It's always more questions and theories, and it's not like it's a bad thing. It's just I wouldn't ask Sophia if I wanted a clear answer to anything is all.
I suppose in Sophia's eyes she sees herself as the follower. But the question is, does she think that she needs the god, or does her god need her?
You know, I do think we
But
should ask
like
her
you
that
said.
though.
Hmm.
I think she would have a very interesting answer in regards to her deity. For she follows not something that is of the five or is of the Titans. She follows a deity that she says is a creation of a little of both. Somewhere in the middle. Now that's something I've never heard of before.
I ask that because I ponder what would to become of our own following.
Well, we're not gods.
No. But people need icons, yeah? Something to worship. I guess worship would be strong in our context.
A symbol. That is, I believe, what we represent. We are a symbol of hope that the oath of peace will come to an end, but not their era of peace.
Hmm. So does
Right.
the follower need a god? Or does the god need the followers? I will think about this more.
Oh, don't let it distract you. Work and all that.
Of course. Just something to think about when I have nothing else to think about. Behind me lies a farm nix. I wonder if there is bread upon her hearth, and if I am to ever return.
I hope that you do. I hope after this
Probably
that you
not as the
can.
same man as I left. I suppose that's what worries me, but
Not even the stars stay in the same place every night. I don't think it's something to be afraid of if you are a different person. But do you think you would be different for worse?
he who hunts monsters should be careful that he does not become a monster himself. I try not to deal in absolutes, because I fear
You
gods are
fear.
absolute. If Kyra stopped beating the god of music, she wouldn't be Kyra anymore.
Hmm.
Gods
So
are
then,
absolute and unchanging.
so then, in that regard, Atreus is more than just a farmer or a soldier.
Atreus is a man. More or less than any god. That's what I believe. And I'll try to hold on to that.
Nix nods in an understanding.
Thank you,
That's
Nix.
awesome. No, thank you. I don't take the chance to talk to you very often. Perhaps I should try more.
Now you know what I think about. And what really worries me.
And now you know what it is that keeps me up at night sometimes. Snix goes back to looking at the stars through Sophia's bubble.
notice they are getting harder and harder to see. Not because of anything supernatural, but because the pale, or rather midnight, black sky, the curtains, are being drawn back. The sun cresting ever slowly through the sky. This fourth watch seems to be coming to its end.
Snix goes to wake up Impheria and Sophia.
As you guys get some laurels for that excellent role playing.
Wasn't I on watch earlier?
So we
Yeah.
get a long rest.
And you all enjoy the benefits of a long rest, though
Push the button.
only barely. Each of you finding yourselves as you're sort of standing up, find yourself going through perhaps whatever morning rituals you go through, whatever stretch you first try to find, and you just, as you try to get that morning release, it just barely comes to you.
Oh, good.
Nix, I already gave you Superior Heal Potion, right? Like the end of last session.
I got
You got one on your sheet.
Superior Healing, Greater Healing, Spell Power, Superior Healing.
Okay. Yeah. So one of the superiors I gave you in the morning. I think I skipped ahead.
That's all right.
Yeah,
I
had
wake
the
up Sophia
superior.
and she holds up a bottle.
I had it in the trade log, but I needed to clear the chat log.
Can Ibis try to roll to recharge his thunderous cry?
Yeah, I
Not
mean,
to
like,
do it yesterday.
yeah. I mean, if you're out of combat, like it would recharge because it rolls like basically every 6 seconds, so it would inevitably recharge.
Cool. Good to know.
Okay, setting out inevitably after breakfast and getting all your stuff together. It is a shift. Over the next day, after the incident with the trolls, your trek leads you out of the condensed forest and into a much wider and cooler valley.
Party. It's so party.
We got enough food, otherwise I'm shooting one of them deer.
No.
Indeed, you have plenty of
Next goes,
supplies.
Lepta into our cauldron of food.
Praise the food pot.
I offered to share some of my cerulean island breakfast with Atreus.
Sure. What is it?
Fish!
It's always fish.
Fish.
Smoked fish. Usually freshly caught by my mother in the morning, and cooked by my mom thereafter.
Imperia's feeling nostalgic for island things. Can I have some of that too, Nick?
Throws 2 more lepta into the pot.
Thank you.
Mercury catches a whiff and just turns his back and walks away.
When I was a youngling first emerged, I never slept, and sometimes I would stay awake staring at the stars until the sun rose over the horizon. My mom was really strict about me having a sleep schedule, but my mother always thought it was an opportunity to walk along the shore, collect seashells, and catch breakfast in the morning. And she would tell my mom upon return that I woke up early. I don't know if she ever believed her, but it was enough to prevent me getting in trouble.
What? That's where we zip line the next month.
We can't. We can never have a map because we just draw all over it because we're fucking kids. We're just children.
The greatest D&D session I ever had was we had to draw our own map. It was great.
Oh, the worst.
Every mood ever.
Moving out. Oh, good.
When I was just a youngling, Nyx, I would do something similar. However, I would go into the forest, and Gamera would always lecture me, and I would just tell her that I lived in the forest for years before she came me in. We argued about that a lot.
It was the same way with Renee. She was concerned anytime I went down to Mitros. She just didn't like the settler races. Some of them were not respectful hunters and they created such waste, but I insisted on going back from time to time. They hated it. Sometimes she would leave those hanging traps to see if I wasn't careful and if I'd get caught. She wouldn't admit it was to get back at me, but I would know otherwise. After all, who puts a trap in the middle of a walking path?
Mira never did anything quite that extreme. But she
Mira wasn't a nymph.
True, but she was an Amazon. She would send the trainees out after me, see if they could track me down. It was always fun.
Did they ever catch you?
Of course not. Sometimes I would let them get close.
Oh my god.
Moving into this area, known as the hinterlands, the vegetation grows sparser. You can see the peaks and rises of the mountains around you far more clearly now. And as you start your climb, you can feel the burn in your calves. Inclined slopes and hills pull you higher, as even the valley itself seems to slope upwards. Looking back over the course of the day, you can see that you are a few hundred feet higher than you were when you started the day in the trees. The wildlife is mostly goats, deer, a few jackrabbits, and similar animals that can bound between rocky outcroppings to get to food and away from predators. And quite quickly, without much event, a day of travel passes.
Do we know how much longer before we hit the City of the Dead?
You're not really sure. Consulting with Athenaeus, he isn't sure either, never having gone past the misty border between the lower section of the Mithril Mountains and where it is you are headed. A place that is, as far as he is concerned, cursed and basically asking to die.
And we're heading there?
Indeed you are.
Hey, Athenaeus, got a question
Sick.
for you.
What is it?
You good at smelling?
I can smell things a bit better than most. I have relatively keen senses. Why?
Well, oftentimes when you're in these types of terrain, pretty easy for people to hide if they're on the higher ground. Can't always see them. Just kind of hoping maybe your nose would be able to make sure we ain't walking into no ambush.
Ibis can serve that purpose as well, Mercury.
Well, sometimes a nose is better than a creation's eyes.
Ouch.
I'll certainly let you know if I smell anything interesting or dangerous.
She gonna be fine climbing these hills? So I look over at Blanchett.
She's riding Sylvirex.
Well then, good.
We're in
Indeed.
mountainous terrain.
You're sort of entering into mountainous terrain. And the first day comes relatively easily, though that soreness sort of builds up over time. As coming into the next, you see your pathways and obstacles getting more and more complicated. And you're finding a couple moments where Sylvirex and Theamos, your Drake, are both having some difficulty sort of getting up the rocks and up through some of these more thin paths. But coming into the next day...
I think Sophia has a question.
Ah, yes, go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out the rules that we used before, but Sophia is jotting down a map as we are going along. I think it's just cartography tool check.
Indeed.
And as we get into the mountains, Nyx is going to put herself towards the lead to help with guiding and navigating, as she is in her favored terrain.
What are y'all doing there, Sophia? You doodling?
Trying to mark our progress. Might be good for future endeavors. At the very least, for our return.
Makes sense. So I'll just touch her back and give her some inspiration.
How the hell do I make a cartographer tools check? I see it on my tools list.
There's no roll button?
No.
Roll D20 plus 35 plus D6.
I guess I can just make an int save because I'm proficient in those.
Do you not have
basically the
cartographer's
same.
tools?
Oh, wait. No, you go to your inventory and you click your toolkit.
Yeah.
Oh!
Inventory
tools.
toolkit.
Yeah,
That's
what?
not right,
Oh.
because I'm proficient in it, so that didn't work.
Oh, it didn't.
Oh, yeah, it says not proficient.
That's because
Whatever.
it wasn't set in the tool. What do you have, proficiency?
So it'd be an 8.
There you go.
Give yourself that D6 though too.
I don't know Bardic Inspiration because I'm doing this all throughout the day, unless you're spamming Bardic Inspirations on me every fucking minute.
Well, as Nyx makes her way to the front and hears Mercury's inquiry, she's just gonna kind of look back. Well, yes, if you were paying attention, you'd notice she did the same thing on her way to the Mossy Temple. It's how we were able to cut our travel time in half on the way back. And Nyx continues her way to the front.
I mean, to do it for like each day.
Nyx is so savage sometimes.
Next is like a couple centuries old.
Well,
Only a couple.
go away option thing.
500
Yeah,
years
it's-
of pure savagery.
And third day.
Oh, man.
There we go.
Better average.
That's why my hair is so big, it's full of burns.
For the last couple of days.
Yeah, because we've been traveling 3 days now, right?
Yeah. The navigation DC for this, for the record, is going to be looking at the rules. Traveling day.
I don't remember what it. I think we were rolling for like each traveling period or something, and I had to roll like 3 times a day. But
Yeah, it's for each leg of travel, but we'll just condense it down to the day.
Yeah.
There it is. Determine the terrain, mountain, high, DC 20. Navigating this.
Failed on the first day and succeeded on the next 2. So the beginning of the map, not great.
Yeah, and just log those so we can compare them at the end of this journey, because it's going to be quite a number of days. Let's see. Close that. And yeah, on coming into the middle of the second day, as you're trying to continue this ascent, you're having some difficulty with your larger companions, and Blanchette even has a moment where she feels like she is going to sort of slip off of Sylvirex, and she takes a second to sort of just get off and start to climb on her own. Thanking you, Impheria, for letting her ride on your big, mossy horse, but she'd rather climb herself.
Alright then. Seeing as we are... Wait, am I muted? No. Seeing as we are into more difficult terrain, Sylvirex, you could make yourself comfortable, and we'll meet you again on our way down.
Just get a soft sort of green nature magic sparkle and just sort of fades into the terrain.
Just boop.
God, Founder just exploded.
Uh-oh. It's working fine.
I think our chat log's lagging on the stream. I see the last message is Mercury has majestic calves.
Oh, that's a while ago.
You might want to refresh your stream.
Yeah, it seems to be caught up.
Okay, cool.
And by the end of the second day through the hinterlands, the soreness continues. And coming together for a rest, there is a sort of weight on your chest, unlike anywhere else in the wilderness you've rested before. Even trying to find refuge on your island by yourself, or trapezing through the forest on Themis, it is different here. It is not camping, it is not traveling with the militia of Mitros or part of a mercenary group and camping on the road. This climb, this area starts to weigh on you in a way nothing else has. What's up?
Have I felt this before? We climbed that mountain on my island.
Hyperion. Hyperion is a unique situation in that it has that strenuousness to it, but it seems to sort of come much later in the climb. This is starting a lot earlier than you would be used to. It almost seems... It definitely seems unusual to you.
Okay.
Yes.
We all get elevation sickness.
On the end of the second day here, I need everyone to give me a con check. As when you click the die to actually roll, it should pop up saying advantage, disadvantage, allowing you to put in a situational bonus. If you are proficient in martial weapons, put in your proficiency bonus in the little situational bonus, which should be +3.
Ouch.
Oh yeah.
There's a thing in the chat for you to click.
What?
Oh, mine
Did
didn't add.
Did mine not go?
It did. It's on the so where it says Constitution ability check, you can click the D20 symbol, and it will not only roll it, but you can also add your proficiency bonus if you are proficient with martial weapons, or say if it's advantage or disadvantage, and your roll will show up like in that nifty little chart, and you can see if you failed or succeeded.
Oh,
Yeah, be aware of that because I'll be using that a lot for this. You proficient in con saves? No. Okay, so 9. Nick, are you with us?
Me what? Oh, Nick, not me.
15. Mercury with a 14. And Sophia with a 9. Okay. So, coming together to rest on the second day in this section, it is exhausting. And Nick's inferior Sophia, it hits you particularly hard, as with that failure of this check, you regain 1 less hit die, or in this case, since all of you should have full hit dice, you lose 1 hit die if you start with your maximum.
So, like, for tomorrow?
Correct.
How do I edit that number?
Yeah, we're hit die on here.
They're up by your, like, profile picture, but I don't know how to change it.
Yeah, like I can see it like next to my where the take a rest bar is, but I don't know how to change it from the max to 1 less.
Mm-hmm. Will it go back to the max eventually at some point? Maybe. Because I can just put it as another resource down on the sheet that has all of the resources. And then keep track of missing ones there.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
Yeah, you can also hit to take a short rest and roll the die there as well, and that'll get rid of it. As continuing on from there into the third day in this section, the day itself looks crisp and beautiful, but the three of you are already starting to wear down, not really having as much stamina as you should coming into the next day. And then pushing forward on this day, now the mountains really start to wear on you as you climb. The hinterlands pivot and twist upward sharper now. Slopes on this third day become steep inclines, and inclines become walls that require you to boost each other up. And finally, you start encountering cliffs, dozens of feet high. Actual climbs now. As how do you all scale these obstacles that you're encountering? Tell me anything you want to do to try to make it easier.
Well, I can climb first with my climb speed. With a rope. And drop a rope down that might help some of our less climby party members.
Yep. Same here, pure athletics.
Any of you less confident in your abilities, I can get you up there with ease. Just tell me. I can't do it for... well, I can do it for everyone, but it will leave me ineffective later on.
Well, then how about you only do it for those that are very concerned, and the rest can climb with the aid of this rope. We can tie it around your waist and reel it in as you climb, holding it at the top, and then if you fall, we can catch you.
I look towards
Great.
Nyx.
Yeah, Nyx just kind of looks at you, right?
And they almost has a flashback. He
All
just
of us
puts his
look at
hand
Nyx.
on shoulder, on Nyx's shoulder, and just casts levitate on her.
Oh God. Oh, I'm glad
I mean,
I wasn't the only one worried.
I'm
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
used to
just-
having my wings, Sophia, so you want to help me out, that'd be much appreciated.
I can, as I reach over and put a hand on your shoulders, Mercury. It seems like that gray mist that makes up much of my magic seems to wrap around your arms and your legs as it reaches your feet. Now take a step. It should already be working.
Oh, just step.
As you take a step, it almost feels like your foot sticks to the ground for a second before pulling it upwards. You should be able to walk upon the wall with ease.
Yo,
Casting spider climb on you.
I just start walking.
walks up the wall. That's so cool.
Less an hour, so you have some time. So I do need to fuck around with my prepared spells here. So
Yeah.
I didn't fuck around with them before the actual path yet.
Several days. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and
Oh.
change out any prepared spells if you need to. And you're looking at anywhere from 6 to 8 hours of these obstacles. So some of this is going to require some checks, even for those of you with climb speed. You're going to be doing this all day.
Fun.
As setting up sort of this rope and helping people pull up Inferior and Atreus. Give me I'm gonna need athletics checks from both of you.
Oh, fun.
Oof.
Can I give myself crucial advice?
Alright, think, Inferior, think!
How did I write that?
Wait, really? Oh my god. I'll pull it up. I just clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, I did. Okay, features. Nice.
Yeah, when a friendly creature within 30 feet of you. I'm gonna say based on the intention, probably not.
Okay.
As Atreus, yeah, you're easily able to sort of just leverage your natural training in strength and ability to compensate for some of this and sort of pick up just a little bit of the slack. Inferior, you're having a bit of issue with some of this mountaineering. Much more nimble and capable of like climbing and bounding between trees. Some of these rocky outcroppings prove a bit troublesome for you as the day stretches on. Your climbing speed definitely helps you in the first couple hours, but by noon, your arms and shoulders are starting to feel really tired. You're just building up lots of stress because you're doing this all day long. It's not just a simple, you did it, you got up the one obstacle. It's hellish. And that is within 5 of the DC. Okay, good. But you do manage to sort of keep it together. You have a sort of a scare moment as you're sort of helping one of the other party members up with this rope, and you kind of feel like maybe it's starting to slip, but you manage to grab a hold of it and sort of double down and keep a potential accident from happening, anything sort of adverse in that moment. Sophia, utilizing spider climb to help Mercury up some of the obstacles for about an hour or so, helps cut into a bit of his exhaustion. Is there any other spell casting you're going to do today?
I need all my second level spells with Spider Climb. And when it comes to... seem like we become some of the most arduous areas that it seems like climbing is going to be actually dangerous. A bit of magic, putting on my hand on myself and Mercury's shoulder, as it seems like the wind underneath our feet pick up. Same sort of gray wrapping around our bodies before dispersing, and Mercury, a strange sensation takes over you. Something that you're quite familiar with, but this time no need for muscles on your back. So I upcast some fly on us, and fly us up both the way. We have no available third spell slot. I cast it at for 4th level. Also, I have 3rd level spell slots.
Not today.
There we go. It's avoiding all the most dangerous things possible, spending a good amount of magic, and if I gotta pop out some more flies, I'll pop out 2 more flies throughout the day for single people.
Ooh, dumping a
Using all the
great
magic.
deal of magic into this, Sophia. Instrumental in allowing you guys to overcome a lot of these obstacles, as yeah, no need for a check with that much magic being expended. Determination, quick thinking, and some preparation in the form of that spider climb earlier, and a few more hours pass, and you guys are much higher now towards the end of this 3rd day.
Taking a break to get some spell slots back.
Yeah, you'd easily be able to take a short rest as you sort of come to a cresting point.
Is this what, half level rounded up for wizards?
Control space, arcane recovery.
Less than half your spell level rounded up. Okay, so I get 4 levels up. Just give me a 4th level spell slot back.
Excellent. Yeah, you had quite a number of creatures with you. You keeping your Drake, Theamos?
No, I'd probably send him back down, try to make his way back to where we left Maneus.
Okay. Possibly even joined with Sylvirix, both of them bounding off on fine steed adventures. Okay, yeah, so then those extra flies helping like Blanchette and Mercury and the like sort of get up through these climbs. And now at around 6 o'clock, late in the early evening now, you get to this first really sharp bend in your path, taking you up the side of a small mountain. And now you have open air to your left and rising rock and terrain to your right. And proceed for just a little bit longer, for about another hour or so, 45 minutes. And you find yourself starting to think maybe now is a pretty good time to find somewhere to rest. And as you come around this last bend, you see a strange and unexpected sight. Splitting the earth open in front of you. I don't have Brendan. Where'd Brendan go?
I don't see you on the foundry.
Yeah, I don't see you on the foundry.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I don't know.
Hey, roll shit.
I see myself. I mean, I don't see myself on the camera, but I'm in the game. Let me close it and restart
He's
it.
joined Peter in the no camera abyss land.
The abyss.
invisibles.
May open it back up again.
Sorry, the void is full. I'm kicking you out.
We will miss you, Sophia.
And here there is only pirate radio on loop.
Oh, whoa. What?
Obviously, we try to pick up the sword and swing it around.
There I am.
There's a loot chest.
Try refreshing the Twitch one, Mel. I don't know what's going on there with that map.
That is a very wide gap. And a very big sword. That is a very big sword.
Indeed.
I'll buy more of these. I could have sworn I bought more of these.
That's a very big sword.
Oh, that's right, because they're bad. That's why I didn't buy more.
What's bad? What are you criticizing?
The stamina potions. I forgot that they don't actually cure you of exhaustion. They just let you ignore for a little bit, so that's why I didn't buy any.
That's frightening.
Is the Twitch camera seeing things right now?
No, it's weird. It's still seeing like a giant black space. Is that what you all are seeing as well?
Nope.
No.
I'm seeing the sword. I think you might
see
just
the
be...
sword.
It's
I
like
see
up on the corner of the map. Are you scrolled up to the right part of the map? You're just in the middle.
Oh, I'm not even on that map. I'm still on the Interlands.
Oh.
Well, like I had the top left corner with the sword and stuff.
No, my beautiful map. I was gonna go open the chest in the wagon
Right? Loot chest.
before
pink
anyone
chest?
got there. If it was a pink chest, we'd never get to it.
Yeah, sure enough. The curse of the pink chest. There I am. I'm here
Pink
now.
chest had like 12 plus 18 weapons in it. You guys just never got to it.
No.
Yeah, just zoom in on the top left, Mel. We'll just have to work around it. I don't know why it's doing that.
It's a very healthy chest, though.
Oh my
It is a
goodness.
very healthy chest. Oh, and it's on this side. We get to see the chest before we have to figure out how to cross this gap.
It just looks too healthy. I don't like it.
I didn't realize Nyx was already on there. Get rid of her.
It's easy. We'll just take the wagon and we'll set the wagon in between the gap and it'll be fine.
Yes. Where you at, Blanche?
I need to untick all these things now. If I remember how to do this. Concentration. Don't remember how to take off Mage armor.
You click on yourself and you click on the weird little cat head on a mountain underneath the ruler, and you click Mage armor.
Oh, that's right, cat head.
Cat head.
Why is it a cat head?
I really want to
No
know what
idea.
that actually is a picture of.
It's a cat head.
I feel like it's not actually a cat head. I feel
It's
like
a
it's something
cat
else.
head tipping over something breakable on the table and just
It's kind of
staring
a
at
mod,
you
isn't it?
with its head like this.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, to me, it looks like somebody cut a cat's head off and put it on a spike.
Oh my
Jesus.
goodness.
Who
Oh, the
hurt
game
you?
does not condone the violence.
I mean, it's a
Even
head on a
kitty cat
spike. What?
does. I mean, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. This is true.
No, he's not right. but he's
However-
not wrong.
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
It could just be like the logo of the modder.
Oh, that's
Like,
true.
Yeah. Yeah, could be.
So,
So we need to find out who the modder is, and we need to ping him and email him. We're like, why do you kill cats and put their heads on spikes?
Why is that
Oh
your
my
logo? That's a
goodness.
little weird.
As you guys come around the corner, you see this massive sword lodged into the stone of the mountain itself. And that would be the most attention-grabbing thing if it weren't for what else you see and hear.
The birds.
And a sort of angry, loud crying. Just this deep bellowing, like something is just weeping and sobbing and at a loss for words. and you hear the sort of crack of wood as you can see the large cart in front of you just ever so slightly shift. And now, with that sort of motion grabbing your attention, you see the large back of some sort of hunched over gray creature just beyond the cart next to this tree. And Atreus, in between these strange deep sobs, you can hear in Giant just, sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, I'm stupid, I didn't mean to, over and over, like a madman in between these sobs.
I'm getting strong of mice and men vibes right now.
As what do you do?
Trolls don't speak giant, right? Trolls speak troll.
Is he speaking common? Do we understand this?
No, he's speaking giant.
Yeah, in
Where
this
is
case,
he
he's definitely speaking
talking?
giant. It sounds like near the large tree in the cart.
Just like puts his hand up. It's some form of giant.
I didn't need to.
What is it saying?
It's just crying.
There's a difference in crying and then crying in giant.
As Atreus and Ivis, as you're both sort of advancing and coming around the cart, which actually seems to be relatively large. It definitely looks like this cart could have held a good 10, 12 people relatively comfortably, or a decent amount of supplies, as Athenaeus and Blanchette would join you, and Theamos, you would hear just a soft sort of gasp of recognition from Athenaeus, sort of looking at the cart. This is where you ended up. As at the same time, Atreus, as you come around the cart, you see this large, hulking, gray beast of a creature. And you're looking for like a head or a face on top of these strange, sort of big, broad shoulders. And you don't see a head.
What?
It just ends in a flat plane of muscle and tissue. And you see at the center of its body this massive red like flooded single eye. And just underneath this massive eye, two small slits of a nose and a gargantuan mouth underneath it. As Sophia is trying to move to the north. Is that what you're drawing footprints for?
Little footprints.
As you come around the corner, you see this thing, and it sort of looks up at you, and you can see in its hands is the body of an older man, white hair and a small sort of beard, and he is being sort of cradled, but like also kind of held like a doll, like in a child's hands, and he is obviously limp and cold in appearance. And this thing looks up at you. I didn't mean to. And go ahead.
What happened? He speaks in giant.
As this is what you see.
Yeah, that's ways out.
Yep, that's
ways
fucking
out.
it!
It's ways out.
And then you hear to your left, Atreus, this deep, sort of angry, guttural voice. Will you stop your crying? I found the damn horse! As it sort of echoes up between the rocks, and just as quickly as the voice joins you, you see this brown flash come up from between the rocks as coming out of the cracks of the earth and splattering against the stone.
Oh no.
Is
Like right there?
Where's that blood splatter?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
as you hear as joining this sobbing creature is another. This one noticeably different than the first. As it crawls up, you can see all along its left side is a massive burn. It seems to be like a scar, but it seems like the whole skin is twisted and contorted all along its left arm, all the way up its left side, and a massive scar like a giant axe or something carved into its right side. As this already awful looking thing looks that much worse.
Oof.
You can go ahead and move,
So
Sophia.
smiley. Look how happy they are, though.
Ew. Atreus just calls in giant.
The worst she could say is no.
What you want? Who are you? As the one with the large burn seems to look at you. Remuda! Stop your crying! It's annoying! As he seems to just sort of yell at him with anger. And as he's getting angry, Atreus, you can see like around his mouth and like near his eyes, his skin just sort of takes on this slight red tinge as he yells at him. I'm sorry! And he just takes the guy he's holding and throws him into the tree. And you just hear him just
you did
crack
it.
against it with a sickening crunch.
Oh, no.
Can you not?
Do I know what these things are?
Ooh.
Yeah, they've got one eye.
Give me a relatively
I've seen Cyclops,
easy...
and I'm pretty sure Cyclops have heads.
Yeah, and you
There's
have some experience with sort of giant culture, knowing the language. Just give me a relatively easy history check with advantage.
History.
Oh
With
my fucking
advantage.
God.
With advantage. Try
Okay, well, I
again.
don't know how this works. There you go. 10.
Yes, 10 was the DC.
I'm not smart.
But there is something special about these strange one-eyed creatures. You're right. Cyclopses do have heads. But there is one variation of Cyclops that is quite infamous for not having a head. A creature known as the Blemis.
That sounds pleasant.
A great cyclopean eye instead of a head, a nose, and a mouth in the center of their chests. They are thought to be cursed creatures who often live alone, filled with anger and bitterness. The reasons for this, unknown. And their simmering anger is infamous in myth and legend. Many a hero meeting their end in the hands of a Blemis, mismanaged. It's our food. What you want? As the one with the burn sort of looks at you, Atreus. What's up, Sophia?
Hide action. Ooh, not hiding very well.
As you sort of try to hide behind this rock.
Two.
And you can hear just sort of like a part of the rock sort of crumple down to the side. And Atreus, you can see this large, sort of twisted, angry eye go from looking at you to looking at the rest of you.
Howdy.
Wolfman! It's our territory, you know this!
Is he addressing Athenaeus?
Indeed.
He said Wolfman.
Yeah, and as he's speaking, he's sort of barking out to all out in general. He's speaking in common, Atreus.
Okay. Oh, okay. Or don't does he use that tongue anymore?
And Remuda, we mean no offense. Your smell offends me. You can see him just sort of turn red along the sides of his mouth and eye again.
Angry much?
Hey, calm, as he like calls out in giant, speaking in their native tongue. Hoping that gives
His eye sort
some
of comes back
semblance.
to you, and you can see his pupil dilate and then constrict quite quickly. You know, giant, as he's speaking to you in giant now. Why, you know our tongue, you little whelp.
I have friends in high places.
One
Don't
that was
worry, the pun's
crying
gonna
sort
sail
of-
over his head. Cyclopses aren't smart.
Indeed, they are not. But as you throw out this pun, Atreus, you can see his eye sort of look at you and look down to the ground, and he seems to sort of contort his face in a obvious sign of thought. And then something occurs to you. Blemish are infamous because of their assumption to be unintelligent. And they are so quickly frustrated by anything that they cannot figure out.
Oh no. Atreus.
What you mean? As the red seems to sort of spread
I know
further from his
Cyclops.
mouth.
I know Cyclopses. I know giants. We're friends. High places. They tall. Like you.
I am tall.
Yes.
He sort of seems to
So are
sort of
they.
bring himself higher and puff out his weird face chest a bit more. We're not sharing.
You're gonna have the horse. Meat. Food. Whatever the equivalent is. He like turns back. Not fully turning around, but like just turns his head to Athenaeus. Like gestures to the cart and gives like an accusatory glance.
That was my people's cart. I think that is one of my brothers. As Athenaeus seems to move up closer and seeing the dead man sort of tossed into the tree.
Ooh.
Yamda, are you gonna share with me? As the crying one sort of looks up to the angry sort of burnt one. No! You threw the horse over the cliff. You don't get any! Well, I'm hungry too! As he just seems to sort of throw a quick tantrum, smacking out his arm against the cart, and it shifts a good 10 feet, 15 feet to the south, Atreus.
Does the pot make horse? Can we just like conjure an entire dead horse?
Oh my god.
These are the questions we must ask ourselves.
Are they both like conversing back and forth in common, or did they revert back to giant when they spoke to
Yeah,
each
they
other?
did that exchange in giant.
Atreus like speaks back in common. They're hungry. I mean, he is. They're fighting over the food.
If we offer them food, will they let us pass?
Might not
Without
only
any
got
trouble.
enough food to feed them.
We have to
Pour more lepton into the pot or something.
This money is no matter. Food for passage. Will they agree to that?
Atreus like communicates that. If we give you food, can we pass into your territory as friends?
It's a trick. You people don't want to be friends with me. Everyone think I'm dumb. He sort of seems to just spit this out through gritted teeth, looking at you. The large one with the large burn on his side.
This guy?
The
I'm
angry one.
hungry. I'll take food. Get your own food.
Very circular argument.
I mean, we ain't trying to trick you. We just want to get you some food so we can go on past. I mean, I think you're pretty smart. You're smart enough to know where the horse was going to land down there. Strong enough to bring it back up. That's pretty dang impressive.
You right. Yamda is smarter than you, little man.
Y'all say your name's Yumba Day?
Yamda.
Yamda. Hey, Yamda, you ever see one of these? I'm just gonna hold up my harmonica.
Of course you come to see one of those before.
You ever hear it play?
No.
Would you like to? I could play something real nice while you eat.
Yes,
show
give me
for
a
the one-
persuasion check with advantage.
A show for the one with food and food for the one without.
What do I gotta hold for advantage again?
Shift.
Shit.
Nice.
Nyx is going to turn to Athena. Neus, if this goes south, make sure Blanchard is somewhere safe.
Sort of looks back and points to Blanchett and points behind that rock that Inferi is hiding behind. And she just quickly sort of runs across the field behind you. And he seems to sort of make a motion for towards the cart, trying to climb up inside of it. Fine, play something nice.
Alright. So I'll just grab the old whistler and just... As through the power of the whistler, I'm gonna cast a little, enthrall.
Oh!
Try to charm him.
As the feast begins, Nyx is going to grab some drachmi instead of lepta, and she's going to throw it into the food pot.
Just food.
Yeah. It's a big
Make horse.
I think I only need one drachmi. Just throw it into the pot. I hope this thing accepts drachmi and converts it properly.
Yeah, both of them
Bermuda.
seem to be focusing their attention on you for the most part, Mercury.
As I'm just gonna kind of get close to kind of look back at the group. They all distracted, so if we're gonna get the hell across this thing, we might want to do it pretty quick.
I conjure a whole bunch of fish for the no, not fish, game, hunted game for the hungry one, and I just let it dump out of the cauldron. I don't know if that's how it works. But I throw the money in, I hold it on its side, and I just hope it spills out with food.
Oh yeah, I guess the cart's like over here.
Ivis went
The
and
Atreus
looked.
tries to recover what supplies he can and quickly hands them over to Athenaeus.
Yeah, in the cart, you don't see any supplies. You just see a single small chest.
Okay. How heavy is the chest?
Doesn't seem that heavy. Small, wooden. It seems to be like made of like maybe oak, with some brass clamps on the sides. And you can see written on it in a black, like charcoal, just the word danger in the largest sort of letters with an exclamation point.
That's great.
Totally.
Gingerly hands it over to Athenaeus.
Mercury says we don't have much time. Let's go.
So, Yamda, how you get across this crevasse?
Dumb little man doesn't know how to use his legs.
No, I really don't. I mean, you got real big legs.
It's now up top. Ivis went looking.
Yeah, looking over to the side, this large sort of rise to the side of the crevice seems to rise up quite sharply at its very, very top, seeming to be almost 90 feet into the air. A sharp jut of rock to the side.
So do we need to go this way, or do we just need to get on the other side of the crevasse? Like, does up there eventually lead down this way?
It's. Oh yeah, I don't know.
Sort of looking at it from where you are and sort of playing your music. Mercury, just give me a simple perception check. Sort of taking in the side of the cliff that you're looking at here.
Not today!
It's rocks. You can't really see on top of it.
I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna spin a point.
Hey.
Ibis could also.
Not even better. Game's crazy.
Yeah, give me a perception check for Ibis. So he's sort of flying over this direction. Yeah, it definitely seems to be like another sort of rocky outcropping. It would definitely be possible to maybe descend down it, but it would be a bit perilous. It seems like going up this this right-hand side and getting over to this other section of rock on the other side. The other section seems even higher, maybe about another 10 feet, so about 100 feet up. So you'd have to get over there and then somehow climb down. It definitely would be a great deal of mountaineering on that side.
I take that
But
back.
doable.
Hey, like, are you real strong? You look real strong.
Of course I'm strong. I'm the strongest on the mountain.
Do you think you see that card over there? Could you like pick that card up and jump across that big gap and put the card on the other side?
Yeah, why would I though?
Well, I thought we were. I want to see the strongest man on the whole mountain.
I see where this is going.
Remuda, move.
All right, everybody get in the cart real quick.
Get in the cot.
While that's all happening, Shreyas tries to recover the man's
Sophia.
dead body.
In the cot.
Doesn't
On my
retreat.
own way.
Yeah, sort of. It's easy enough to pick him up. He just seems to basically have his back broken.
As, yeah, Atreus hikes the dead body over his shoulder.
As you can see, Reb Muda, the one that was crying, seemed to sort of stop crying and has been sort of like picking up the various game meats and just trying to like eat them quickly. He seems to almost be eating in such a way to maybe lead you to believe that he's scared he's going to lose the food, like it's going to be taken from him. As he just quickly moves and gets over by the large sword and sort of looks at the back of Yumda, the one with the large burn, and you can see as he's sort of chowing down on the food, his eye is just transfixed on his back, and there is just the slightest sort of ring of red around his eye.
I'm sensing a toxic relationship.
Well, I mean, Cyclops weren't really known for their niceties.
It's Blanchette and Nyx and Atreus getting in the cart.
The cart was bumped over here.
It's fine. You can use the cart image. It's whatever.
Oh, okay.
As
I'm sure excited to see the strongest man on the mountain.
I'm more than man. I'm blemish.
Impressive.
It's my mountain. As Athena sort of beckons Blanchette over. Oh, you in the cart. Trying to make the cart heavier. I can still lift it. He sort of just sticks both of his large, massive gray hands. They almost kind of look like stone and his right hand grabs onto the backside of the cart and crunches down on. You can hear the wood straining underneath his grip. His left hand shoots through one of the wheels, breaking it, and he just grips it from underneath and just seems to sort of heave it up. As each of you seem to sort of find yourself sort of floating in midair now in this cart about 5 feet off the ground. Easy. As he seems to sort of be pulling you back closer to the crevice. And you can see him sort of laughing as he does it. The redness all around his lips seem to sort of spread and connect up with his eyes as he seems to be sort of straining himself. As he turns and heaves the cart across the crevice, and it just seems to sort of clatter down onto the other side about there, as I need all of you to give me dex saves.
It could only end well.
The cart careens and crashes and slides into the earth.
You ever think
They
for
all
this
have
too, or
plus
are we
3.
just rolling dex saves?
What was that, Atreus?
You got that thing that we're supposed to like click on the button, or we
You're
just
just
like
rolling straight up dex
clicking
saves.
the
We're
sheet?
doing improvised stuff, so I don't have a card for it.
This wasn't
I
Oh,
know,
planned.
fantastic! He wasn't even expecting us to do this. Oh my god, they're actually going for it.
As you try the mining cart solution.
Woo, not 20. Let's go.
Nice.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
As let's see, we need to roll one for Athenaeus and Blanchette. Ooh.
That's right. If you rolled an 8,
Hold on to your
if you rolled an
rockers.
8,
It's gonna be
fine.
rough, sister.
Yes, DC like 15 or 16.
Why does
So
it say
both of them
unknown
fail.
hostile? That's comforting.
She is very hostile.
She's angry now.
This poor child just got yeeted across the crevice.
But we got across the crevice. Did you die?
Right. Yeah, but did you die?
As all of you are now over here.
Atreus holding on to
Each
the
of
dead
you
body.
taking 8 bludgeoning damage as you come to a very rough landing on the other side. Sophia, you are about 90 feet up in comparison to where they are at right now.
Yeah, just sort of watching the absurd sight of these people getting yeeted across the through the air and crashing on the far side. She calls up a bit of magic to wrap herself in the gray mist as it dissipates, and she slowly starts to descend. And she just flies on herself.
As you can see, Yumda sort of just like flexing and posing. I told you I was strongest on the mountain. And then you can see Reb Muda sort of crunching on a piece of marrow from this pot you gave him. But Yumda, you're not the smartest on the mountain.
Oh no.
What you mean?
I need to go now.
You threw them
Push
into
the
your
cart.
territory. And he sort of looks at you all. You tricked me! As his skin just gets redder and redder and redder all across his body. As he pushes his feet down and begins to leap after you. As I'm gonna need you all to add yourself to the combat tracker.
Oh man.
Oh, good. All right, so we don't have to attack. We don't
side.
have to attack the crying one. I don't think.
I
Right?
didn't give him the whole pot, right? It just generated the food for him.
Yeah,
the
you said you
magic item.
generated. Yeah, you said you generated the food and poured it out for him. So I assume you did not actually give him the pot.
No.
Then.
Okay.
No, I don't want to give him the
I
card.
just wanted to make sure that was clear that we did not give up our food pot.
Yeah.
Oh boy, our only way of infinite nourishment.
The
Why we don't need rations. That's what we need.
Yeah. Words. Every time we try to get through something without a fight.
Hey, I thought my idea was rather clever. So.
It was, and
It
was.
It was. And so the thing is that the spell only lasts a minute anyways.
Oh yeah.
So
I was like, we gotta go quick.
Yeah, our time was like very, very, very fucking limited.
I definitely thought, though, that the challenge was to jump across holding us, not to throw us across.
Yeah, that was what I was trying to get him to do.
But you know, that works too.
I guess I am unintentionally also Blanchette's shield against this thing. Alright, Blanchette, don't
she
die.
rolled a nat 20. She's quick.
Fantastic.
Nice. I don't know why I'm loading.
Like a double hand.
I don't know either, to be honest with you.
I don't know if that's loading or if that's like an effect because you rolled a nat 20.
I didn't roll a nat 20.
Damn it. Yeah, I got nothing for you, babe. I don't know. That's weird.
It might just be indicating
Maybe it's
your turn.
Maybe it's the gods telling you you're gonna die in this combat.
No! Wow. He rolled pretty high too. Which one is this? Is that? Oh good, it's the one that doesn't really care about us.
Flying over, how deep did this crevasse look like that they just tossed us over?
Kind of hard to eyeball, but you can go ahead and give me a perception check and see if you can just guesstimate it just by looking.
Interesting.
18. Yeah, that's good enough. Sort of as you're coming over, you think maybe about 50 feet, maybe a little bit deeper, but it was kind of hard to see past the sword. At least to the sword is about 50 feet.
Wow. Big sword.
Yes.
That's what you said.
Wow.
It's okay, now Theamos is loaded.
Yeah, it's just indicating that it's his turn. I don't know which module is doing that, to be completely honest with you. But it's all right.
Oh, it's the movement module down at the bottom, I think.
As you can see, the one with the large burn quickly spreading in red across his gray skin and looking at you with a great deal of ire. The one to his left chowing down on a piece of venison, but the red seeming to sort of swirl around his eye and mouth as he seems quite frustrated with something, but you're not sure what. And it seems like this guy is coming after you with hostile intent. What do you do, Theamos?
Funny. Ire.
We didn't trick you. I mean, you did it willingly. Uh-oh.
Oh, by all means, he's got you there too.
As I'm gonna hold my action to use an elemental blast for when he jumps over. That'll be my turn.
The one to his left. Now they're in your territory. You thought I was the dumb one, but you're the dumber one. And it just seems to be sort of egging on the one to his right. As that is, he spends his turn.
Thanks, dude.
Nyx, it comes to you.
Quick, someone say something clever.
I think you switched them, Jordan.
Did I?
Yeah, I think the... Wait, which one is angry? The one on the top is angry, right?
No, the one
No, the
bottom.
bottom.
No, this one.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the red guy. That's the angry guy. This is the crybaby.
Mercury says that out loud. Got it.
No.
I didn't
Big
have a
old
southern
baby.
draw with it.
Oh fuck, there's a whole cart in the middle of us. Unless the cart got destroyed, I don't have to worry about difficult terrain.
It sort of crashed down into about like half a cart now. So it would just be kind of like a... See, now's a good time
cover?
to actually draw a little box.
Hey.
Yes, it would be like a little brown rectangle.
Cool.
About
Okay.
there.
So this little mod at the bottom that says it's like combat, for some reason it's not registering that it's my turn because it doesn't want to let me move. I'm just gonna change it to like another one if I can.
Remove it.
It won't let me change it.
It has changed for me now.
There you go. Try now.
Okay, that should do it.
We're gonna give this one a try. Maybe we can get out of here safely.
As Nyx is going to use... why is it measuring like that?
No, it's just me.
Stop it!
Hmm.
Nyx is going to move this way, if I measured it right. No, I did not. I'm going to hold my action to cast Blindness Deafness, because it's obvious this thing is going to jump right towards us. So when it is within 30 feet, which is here at the furthest, I'm going to cast that magic. As a bonus action, I am going to activate my medallion so that I have protection, just in case everything goes south.
All right.
I can.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead and refresh Twitch, and then when that's done, make sure to like zoom in on the map. As Eos, little dragon.
Dab in midair and probably just come down towards the rest of the party and then take the dodge action for now.
All right, just ascending down in height. Inferior.
Yeah. Inferior. Wait, that needs to go away. Delete. Is going to make use of her spell list for once in her life. And cast some spike growth on this edge of the cliff. Cast spell. Why did it place it over there? Over here. Wait, why did it go away? There it is.
Magic.
That way. When he jumps over, he lands spikes.
All right.
Furia just calls out in Sylvan, reaching both hands out in front of her, and the ground responds. And Ibis... no, I don't want to measure things anymore. That was on accident.
Unclick the little corner ruler. But, like, click the person.
Yeah, I just forgot that I hadn't clicked that. Ibis is going to fly over here and hold an action to thunderous cry if the beast jumps, so that he like hits the thunder force while he's in the air.
All right. Sophia.
Yeah, saying that people start to cast spells, so she's hiding behind her little rock about 10 feet up or so. Duck around the corner. Right, then. Oh, I can't move. There we go. Scoot around the corner, and thankfully, a little bit of magic. She's able to shoot through the air out to about here. Why don't you pick a fight with yourselves? As how do I measure? Measure, Emu. Yeah.
You can just hit Alt, and it should work now. The right Alt, not the left. with your token
Left?
selected. Yeah.
Who uses right alt for anything?
This game.
Yeah, I was about there, only using about half my movement or so. Sophia is going to reach out her hands. A little bit of black ichor is going to form as underneath their feet. The black ichor is going to form as it seems like it starts to slick up underneath his feet as he's about to jump, but then grip on hold of him as it's going to yank Big Angry Boy forward, and Other Boy is going to just somewhat follow suit, but bash him into the back of Angry Boy. Using his buddy as a big old battering ram.
I am confused.
So this guy gets yanked. He's got to drop. Yanked here. This guy gets yanked that away. Bashing into him.
Like a car crash.
We only had one angry one. Now we have two angry ones.
Yeah.
As he bashes into the other, and see him caught off guard and drop his food down into the pit. As the other one, let's see.
Ooh.
Caught mid-jump, slid and crashed into, as he seems to sort of catch and slip, and then, and you can hear rock cracking and snapping as his body seems to drop down into this crevice.
Do we just hear him perpetually screaming? Does it ever stop? Does he have a crash or a splat?
You hear what sounds like rock scraping.
So he caught himself at some point. Does my spike growth, like, curl over the edge of the cliff? Does the edge of the cliff have spikes sticking out of it too, or is it just the top?
Yeah, I would say the edge of the cliff up to a certain point. But with him falling and where he catches himself, he wouldn't encounter that lip of spikes, though. Give me 5d6, Sophia.
Nice.
As he bashes and bumps into rocks, and you hear just a titanic roar from within the rocks as he takes 14 damage. And as he takes that damage and you hear this roar, you almost sort of feel it in yourselves up on the surface. Just a flash of anger, almost like there was a pulse of emotion, and it just seemed to sort of wash over you for a quick moment. Something happens that you can't see.
Uh-oh.
Yes. That goes to 24. All right.
Uh-oh.
How's this other guy look?
Yeah, sort of looks down at the dropped food and sort of looks at the puddle of goop beneath his feet. And then looks over at you, Sophia, and you can see his eye just sort of dilate and then constrict quite tightly as the red seems to start to spread out from around his eye and across his skin as he seems quite angry with you now.
Oh, very
Point your anger somewhere else. As a legendary action, I cast Grease again and tumble him into the hole! After
Oh my god!
The oil behind him, I slick it right up to the edge this time. As spreading it right.
Burning all of
buddy
your
on the way down.
inspiration.
As I chuck him into the pit after his buddy.
As you can hear now what sounds like the scrape and grind of metal, and you can see just ever so slightly, especially you, Infuri, have been paying a lot of attention to it. That was kind of hard to miss. The sword in the stone seems to sort of shift and screech as he seems to grind against it.
That's comforting.
I get it. I'm chucking him towards his buddy. Chucking him that way. Chucking him that way.
They send him right down that
Chucking
thing.
him right away. Sending him towards his buddy.
As give me 3d6. As he takes 7 damage. And once again, you hear that strange sort of roar, and again, that sort of almost like a heartbeat or just this strange sort of emotive pulse seems to sort of ring out from these creatures, and you can just feel their anger for just a moment just sort of wash over you. As
So I scoot my little happy ass back.
as Mercury, it's on you.
So I fly back around my rock. We'll be on our way then.
Only for them to chase us later.
They won't be able to. Oh wait, that's the wrong voice. That's Quildor. They ain't gonna be able to chase us. As
Really?
yeah, just y'all get ahead of me. If they come up here in time, I'll stop them. As I will just. What are our rules for holding that action?
Takes your concentration.
Takes my concentration. Yep, as I will hold my action for them to both come back up.
What spell you holding?
Truthfully?
Yeah, that
It's
would be
a
the
lie?
No, I want you to lie.
Well, I think, and Brendan can check me on this. I'm going to hold, oh god, what is it? A Quicken and a Twin spell to cast Mind Sliver on both of them, and then cast Banishment on both of them, upcast to a 5th level. Can't do all that?
You can only do banishment because you can't hold a bonus action.
Okay.
And you take an action to hold an action or movement. It's not.
But if it was my full turn, I could do it?
Your whole turn, you could do that.
Alright, so then I just dodge.
All right.
Do you still say that bit about us trying to get ahead?
Yep.
As Athenaeus. Is going to follow your cue, grabbing a hold of this small wooden chest and moving forward past you while yeah, casting his own spike growth.
Nice. Double spike growth.
Oh yeah.
So you can go another 25 feet there. Blanchett, come on! As down in the pit. Ugh. Where is it? You hear the crunch of rock. Move, you idiot! move, as you hear, and you just hear this weird sort of snap, as if like a rock just got snapped in half, and you can just sort of feel this crunch as it sounds like something just been slammed into the cliff face. As
Do we hear the other guy go, ah?
indeed you do.
Oh man.
Get out my way! As is going to grab him. And you hear and feel another sort of pulse of anger as that response comes out, and then as followed quickly, coming out of the pit is the other blemish, tossed up into the air as
Whoa.
One arm throw.
up and down a parabolic arc. The other blemish comes crashing down into the earth, landing prone.
In the spikes.
And taking a hearty amount of damage.
Jesus, he threw him like 70 feet.
Jeez.
Straight up with one arm.
Jeez.
He's the strongest on the mountain, guys.
Yeah, and to be fair, he also increases in height to get up to him.
He was 30 feet down.
Yeah, he was 50 feet down, so he moved up to get within range of him. Negative 20 is as far as he can go. Oh no!
50 feet in the air with one hand.
And that's not the burned one, right?
No, it is not. The one that just came crashing onto the ground.
But he's angry enough with us because we made him drop his food. Sophia.
As he is going to continue climbing up. Did I take it to negative 10? No, it took it to 10. As gives me 2 spike growth rolls, so inferior.
Hey.
Can I cast my blindness deafness on this one because it's within range, or does it have to be the burned one? Because that was my intention.
How do I?
I don't think you said you were gonna. Were you specifically targeting the burned one?
I was just, in my mind, I was specifically targeting it, and I said if it came within 30 feet. But then this other one's within 30 feet. I don't think I said it out loud.
That was Ibis, not Furia.
I guess for context, at the time, I assumed it was going to be the burned one, because I did not think Sophia was going to anger the other one.
Yeah, right.
So it wasn't even a thought to clarify it would be the burned one.
That doesn't seem right. No, because I rolled well.
High or low?
Hello.
Or
Let's go for high.
nice.
Ah! I usually
Though
say
not
low, so
expecting
I'm
both
nervous.
of the blemish to sort of enter into this fight, you're quickly able to sort of adapt your plans around the change of battle, and if you want, cast it on the extra blemish.
I would like to blind him, please, and thank you.
Is he taking damage from Athenaeus' spike growth too?
Not yet. He'd have to move through it.
Oh, right. He just landed in it.
Yes. His magic seems to sort of coil around him, but you can see the redness sort of spreading throughout his gray form as he just seems to sort of shake it off.
Damn it.
Actually, will be at 24 now.
They do a rage.
They do something far worse than a rage.
Oh, great.
As Atreus.
Oh, kill him, Atreus. He's prone next to you.
I don't think I can kill him. He has a lot of health.
He's got a lot of health.
Yeah, but he's prone, so you got action surge, you got advantage.
He took like 30 something damage and he's scratched.
Giants are big boys. This is not the burned one, right?
No, it is not.
Just a crybaby.
But he's angry, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, he angry.
How angry? How red is
Right now, he is stage 1 of Fury.
Angie.
Yeah, he's angry, not angry.
Angry!
Yeah, Trace calls out and Giant, stand down.
You get a roar and a growl in response.
Alright, then he gets poked. Poke.
As a 26 soundly connects.
And, he gets bashed in the face with my shield. Where is it? Spellbook, inventory? Inventory. Oh, wait, hang on.
Advantage.
25. As that still didn't add my strength. 9 damage. He gets bonked in the face. Stand down.
As each time you hit him, you're
And
like
it's not
drawing
even- it's-
blood and like seeing like
It's
his
not really
skin
a
sort of
command at this
bruise.
point. Trace is just yelling at him.
Yeah, and you can see more and more red spreading across his gray skin.
It was inevitable. 26.
Yeah, it's 26. Action surging?
No, I have my 2 attacks.
Oh, okay, got you. Just connect for another 12 damage. Ugh.
This is going to be rough. As Atreus puts up his shield. Well above his head. That's his turn.
As it comes to Blanchette, she takes the fucking dash action.
Run, honey, run.
Getting away from the big angry behemoths. As Theamos circles back around to you.
Actually, not seeing the burned one, which was my initial target, but seeing this guy on the ground behind Atreus, but also knowing that it's kind of hard to hit people on the ground for what he's going for. So I'm just going to just kind of move up a bit. And once again, hold my action for an elemental blast as soon as this guy stands up. That'll be my turn.
Alright. As at the start of his turn, you can see the red spreading further, and like right where you sort of stabbed Atreus, or next to it, you can see the skin just ever so slightly split, and you can see the muscle underneath just sort of reveal itself and sort of pulse with this overwhelming redness as his fury continues to build. As he gets up to his feet and the ground underneath him sort of cracks underneath his weight and stands up as his strength continues to increase.
As soon as he stands up, Thamos stumps into the ground in front of him, creating this giant boulder to just kind of pop out as Thamos punches it into this guy. As I will use Elemental Blast with bludgeoning damage. Hopefully I hit as I try to click through all my stuff.
So, these dudes are scary.
Many a adventurer has met their end to this creature.
Yeah, I know, but still.
As a 24
we're trying not to fight them.
soundly connects.
As this rock throws into his body, Thamos going to try and take him with it as he'll go back 15 feet.
Noise. Spoiked.
As he just gets crunched by this boulder and slid back, managing to catch himself, but getting ground up by these spikes. What is it, 2d4 per 5 feet, right? So that'd be 64?
Yeah.
Ooh, as you can see just a streak of blood across the earth as this guy gets cut into and battered and beaten as he takes 14 and then 20. As sort of gripping into the earth, this blemish looks at you, Theamos, and just leaps himself forward after grinding himself across all these painful spikes.
Hey, no need to be hasty.
And swings down with his large hand and tries to grab you with advantage.
How much movement does he have?
He's got a dex save too. If he's jumping into difficult terrain.
I'd
Use half
say-
of his movement to stand up in difficult
Do you have to
terrain.
make it jumping out of difficult terrain?
Is that an attack or do I have to make a check?
No, but he jumps half his distance, and if you land in difficult terrain, you gotta make a dex save or you fall prone. Just a DC 10. I mean, these guys have at least 80 feet of movement. Although if he stood up, even if he had 80...
He'd have
then-
40, and he jumped 25 feet in difficult terrain, which would be 50, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, I think
Okay,
jumping
what happened?
bars it.
He's attacking Theamos.
The big downside of jumping around in difficult terrain is that if you land in it, you decent chance of falling on your ass.
Makes
Hey.
a dex save.
And tries to connect with Theamos with a 16, and I assume misses.
Hey, buddy, chill. Daddy, chill.
Yes.
I think that's how jumping out.
Second grab, a 30 to connect.
Ow.
Okay, they're not chilling. They're not chilling, guys.
As you can feel this large hand crunch down on you and sort of lift you up off the ground, roar in your face, and then move his grip down to your legs and just smash you into the ground, and then smash you into the ground, and then smash you into the ground a third time.
Who smashed?
Oh, man. Puny God!
As
No,
he
you
Hulk
did
smashes
not.
you into the earth.
You did not write Puny God as the flavor text for this shit.
Yes.
You did not.
Yes!
As you take 16 more bludgeoning damage.
Or D&D.
Yes!
Theamos is Loki confirmed.
As that is all he can do. Nyx!
Am I able to see the top of the boned one yet?
He is a big dude. Pretty sharp. He's about 10 feet down. I'm gonna have to go with no, looking at just the way that this should work out. I don't think so, no.
That's fine. I've got one assaulting Thylea, so I am going to use my action to cast Toll the Dead. Why is he making his face? You know what? He is the wise one of the two. I should know better by this point. As Nyx is going to move. Hey, I got it to work the way I needed it to. As I'm going to move over that way and I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon as a starry spear comes shooting out from her right at this creature.
Hey.
Yes, that will connect for 6 damage.
And that's going to be my turn.
Yes.
Seeing Thamos getting bombarded into the ground, his eyes are going to start turning multiple colors as this small little portal just starts to open up between Thamos and this big guy as Eos is going to try and create some distance. I mean, intelligence saving throw.
Oh.
Oh my god!
He just seems to clamp down on you harder as this strange psionic energy racks his mind, and his eye just turns bright red.
He just keeps making his save.
He would have 12 in. What the fuck?
Man.
What?
You sure you don't know it's an F6 in?
I am sure that the Blemistus has 12 ends, yes.
What the fuck? Why is
You
the
can ask
big dumb
Atreus about
dude?
it.
The big dumb dude have it?
Because maybe his charisma is bad?
But he
So here's it.
This guy could...
They have the perception of being considered unintelligent because they don't have a head.
But they're not exactly unintelligent.
Indeed.
Now.
Inferior.
They're above average intelligence.
Ibis is going to fly forward to where he can. Oops, that is still the measuring stick. Where he can see this creature because it didn't leap across the cliff like he was expecting. And is going to thunderous cry down at him. Thunderous cry down at him. Oh, but it's a con save. I should have thought. And
The cry
oops.
roars out.
Why doesn't the thing like me? It shouldn't. Sorry.
Hardy boy just weathers the blow.
How do I flip it? Whatever. It's gonna be flipped the wrong way.
Oh, not just like grappled or.
Wow, he made a nat
grab
20.
attack.
Whatever. And then
Since you are smaller than large, you are also restrained.
seeing as that was entirely ineffectual, Ibis is just gonna fly back a little bit. Hopefully out of the way here. And then Inferior. Question is, does she go after this dude? Or does she hold an action for this dude? Well, she's gonna use her bonus action to battle cry.
Alright.
And then she's gonna move back a little bit. Wait, I have to measure. Yeah, she's gonna. That is still the measuring stick. Move back to here. And then, seeing as this dude is the immediate concern, because he is Hulk smashing Thamos, she is going to launch a flurry of chakra at him. With advantage, because Battlecry.
24 connects, 14 just barely connects, 24 soundly connects. As he's holding on to Thylea, smashing him into the ground, it's chakram, but he just seems to sort of push past the pain as he takes that damage.
I don't appreciate you using my friends as bludgeoning toys.
More and more of this bright red blood splattering down onto the ground, seeming to sort of glisten like a ruby, as more and more of him just turns red.
I have a feeling there's going to be a phase shift at the
What does
And
this
that-
meta speak?
What?
What is this meta speak you are blurting out? Phase shift.
As Sophia, it comes to you.
Yeah. Sophia is just going to drift back behind the group, like about 35 feet or so, and she calls up a tiny little bit of remaining magic as Theamos, underneath your feet and the big guy in front of you. Seems like the strange black ichor starts to emerge once again, this time reaching up and gripping onto your feet and just yanking you and the big guy apart, sliding the guy back 5 feet into the thorns and pulling you 5 feet away from him. Grab you out of his reach.
This grease and spike growth combo is nice.
Hell yeah.
There's my grease. I'll leave the rest to you, Mercury. As, yep, with that, I'm just getting the fuck out. With my remaining 25 feet of movement. Just, fly on past Gurlo.
Mercury, it comes to you.
I am going to hold my action for this guy to come up, as I will cast Banishment when he does.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yep, damage. Okay.
As Athenaeus continues to catch up with Blanchette, holding on to that magic. Taking the dodge action as he's out of range for everything else. As pulling himself up and bringing himself up by his arms. Taking damage all the while, but pushing past the pain.
Climbs like 20 feet up
64.
through it.
Taking 15 damage. I have to type it in for that kind of damage, alright? Yeah.
Banishment.
So I cast Banishment.
As he starts to roar.
As he starts
Banished.
to roar, you just see just kind of this glint of kind of blue, but then a slight tint of gold just beam out from Mercury's eyes as this creature just starts to roar, but in mid-roar just gone.
As Atreus, it comes to you.
Try to take out the angry boy before he can get angrier. Hopefully. Wow. I'll use the charge.
Throwing it at him.
Yeah.
Alright, as that will soundly connect for 11 damage. Fire coursing up, more blood spilling out onto the ground.
Yeah, Atreus calls back his spear and then rushes him down. As he deck.
hole.
Oh, this.
There you go. I left you a little hole.
Oh, okay, thanks. I was like, oh, did I walk into the hole?
Yes, yes, you did.
Unfortunately. As bonus action attack. 9 damage.
Why doesn't it add your strength?
I don't know. I'll have to re-look at the thing. There's one more attack! Hopefully.
Nice.
Burn a charge! 17?
Get him.
As 26 will soundly connect. And
We can do the thing we talked about.
I don't have to. I have combat numbers, baby. As he takes 12 piercing damage and 5 fire damage.
That's a lot of blood.
As the redness seems to fill him up, and as that last strike connects, this ruby red blood explodes out of him as though it's been pressurized to an extreme amount, and just with that last blow, all of that pressure has been released at once as he just seems to sort of deflate and crumple down to a knee, his weird sort of bulging eye looking at you, Atreus, before collapsing down to the ground dead.
Wait, really?
As he had exactly 17 HP left.
Hey.
Sick.
And he actually
Yeah,
died.
Atreus, seeing what's coming next, just hides behind his shield as it's now probably coated in its blood.
Indeed.
Ugh.
Oh, gross.
Better the shield than me.
As nothing can break your concentration on banishment, so you have about 9-ish rounds. What do you want to do?
Well, we can't
How far
just
can we
leave-
hike it in a minute?
So if
We
we
can-
can each dash.
Yeah, we
that'd
can't just
be
leave.
We can't
60
just-
feet.
It'll
Yeah.
follow us.
I mean, you could all just
Overall
get
crap.
ready for. I could control when it comes back in, and everyone just shoot it with shit.
Yes, that would be smarter.
It's
Prepare to ambush it as it arrives.
Actually, I wonder, hold on.
Is it sent back to where it's from whence it came?
No,
I don't know
they're
if it's
from
native
here.
to this plane. Yeah, I think they're from here.
He's incapacitated, but time still passes for him, doesn't he? Ooh, yeah, I'm definitely ruling that. Cool. What do you do?
Oh no.
I don't think we
He
should give
just
him a
gets
chance.
angrier and angry.
It's basically just asleep for like 9 rounds or so.
Nyx is just gonna pivot and book it.
But it'll
'Cause we
run
can
and
get-
catch up to us.
Gives us a chance to hide.
Just got the point. That's what I was thinking too.
'Cause we can get 540
Anyways.
feet.
It has bad depth perception.
Leave.
This is all just like trees and stuff.
The vegetation is relatively sparse up this high. You have like a sort of nice area that you're in. Looking forwards, it looks like it's more rocky sort of taiga. There's definitely a couple sort of trees you could maybe hide behind. You're not really sure how it'll pan out for you. Just trying to take it in, to be honest.
I am not sure that's the idea, Nyx.
Nyx, you are pretty familiar with mountainous terrain. You can give me your survival check.
With advantage.
With a 24, your best thought is to maybe try to find a cave. up where you are now.
And get
Yes,
trapped inside.
The clock ticks.
I've got magic. I can keep an eye on him. Let's find a cave and let's hide for a moment.
For what purpose?
Escaping.
We took down the other one easily enough. Well,
These things get madder and madder.
Alright,
so
let's
the
go.
longer we wait for it, the madder it gets. We prepare now.
Fly ahead, flying through the air, keeping an eye out for a cave. Going
The general
60 rounds.
consensus is retreat, so
Damn,
avoid
boys,
the
you
next
know, coming.
group
unfortunately.
is content to try to run and hide, Inferior.
Then I guess I have no choice but to go.
As Eos is gonna stay behind and try to hold him back.
Hold the line, Eos! Hold the line! He died. Damn,
I
just died.
just will stay back to when Beast comes back. He has a similar amount of movement as Beast, right?
Nyx is during one of these rounds, she isn't going to dash, and instead I'm going to use my action to cast Clairvoyance. To keep an eye on things, but since I'm running, I'm just going to leave it so that I can hear through it.
All right. Let's give me another survival check with advantage as you all are just sprinting down the path. You've already been crossing and running through these hilly and hikey areas all day. And feel yourself sort of already kind of wanting to try to find camp someplace to rest anyway. And with a 16...
Can I use 5? Fuck. It's double for the laurels, isn't it?
Indeed it is. You can burn all 10 to get +5.
Fuck, yeah. Let's do that. Burn all 10, get +5. So 16 plus 5 is 21.
Hey.
With a 21, you are faster in seeing a small sort of outcropping that seems to sort of jut out of the stone to your right-hand side. There seems to be a small split in the rock, and it seems to be just large enough for you to sort of slip inside of. And you don't smell or see any signs, burning all those laurels, of any sort of animals taking refuge or using this place as like a home or anything like that. It just seems to be a split in the rock that has sort of formed.
In here, this Nyx guides her group in there, and as soon as she gets a little bit in, she's switching over to sight.
As quite quickly, each of you sort of cram your way into this rocky space. It seems to be it seems to be about as large as maybe Sophia's bubble, about like a 10-foot sort of crack and gap between these two rocky formations with a pretty small opening. You'd think maybe it'd be pretty hard for a creature as big as him to try to squeeze his way through, but he could probably punch the rock out of the way. As each of you sort of cram yourselves in there, trying to catch your breath, Nyx transferring your clairvoyance back, and Mercury, you can feel your magic just running to the last moments.
And what do I see?
It snaps, and this creature reappears, and it is, through your clairvoyance, you can see this thing is ruby red. It is solid red all throughout its body, and it almost seems to sort of sparkle or let off light with its anger as it comes back and lets loose a deafening roar that seems to sort of just scare the birds all around it away, and then it just seems to look around quite quickly for all of you, grabbing down into the earth and twisting it up, ripping out a chunk of boulder and throwing it towards a tree, just looking around in this fury, like it has almost no control of its actions. And it just seems to sort of proceed through this for a few moments before it looks down and sees its brother or friend or whatever dead, splayed out, blood everywhere, and just roar at it and then up towards the heavens. Where are you? It just coffins out and rings through the stone, and it just starts to bound down the path. Trees and such being sort of tossed aside as it just is this furious wrecking ball trying to find you. You can hear rocks sort of cracking and being tossed aside. The earth itself seems to sort of just let loose these tremors. Blanchette instinctively covers her mouth, trying to not make a sound, and you can feel just this great deal of force as this bright red flash runs past the crack in the rock, and you can hear as it just seems to tear itself through the mountain, going past you, looking for you all, as you have given this thing the slip.
Hey, Link.
I dropped my magic. I probably lost track of him after he booked it. But what Nyx would have done is when she saw him running, she would have felt along the wall that she has her back against and try to move herself further inside because she can't actually see as she's looking at this thing throw a tantrum.
Fly
Yeah, you can
out and
see,
go,
like-
yeah, get out of here, you bum!
Yeah, you can see like Atreus visibly shiver. I've heard stories, but to see it in real life.
If we had been there, there is no doubt our ambush would have quickly been devastating for us.
I can see.
So, how long we gotta stay in this cave?
Well, if we
I'd
go here,
honestly give it like maybe an hour or two.
Well, if we disguise the entrance, we might.
What was that you cut out? Disguise the entrance?
If we disguise the entrance, we might stay here overnight. Because if we wander out onto the path, we risk encountering it.
I can do that.
Yeah, I'd rather not run into that thing. There's a reason we avoid the path of the dead. Oh, there's one less of them now.
Is it just those two, or is there more?
Thank the gods it's just those two.
Well, just one now.
Well, while we're here, as Atreus like sets down this broken back guy, I suppose I'll give you a moment to make your peace.
Thank you.
as he does that, Nyx is going to spend 10 minutes on a ritual, lighting some incense or some herbs in her censer and going to a bit of a meditative state as she does so.
Yeah, I also head just to the sort of the edge of the cave that we came into and start casting a ritual myself to seal up the entrance.
What ritual are you casting?
Lima's tiny hut, baby.
Thank you.
So the ritual
I don't have stone form or anything like that. I'm so sorry.
The ritual I'm casting is gentle repose. For I know the path that we are on.
I grab Atreus and Inferior and start casting a ritual.
Oh.
Yep.
Hello?
Mhm. Yep.
Only you get to get away with that, Nick. Only you.
Take off my pants and start casting a ritual.
I cast ceremony. You start saying your vows.
Furia is very confused. Bama?
I don't actually do that. I don't have ceremony prepared.
No,
Oh.
As you guys are able to sort of
Wait.
come together and position yourselves to, it seems like, prepare for a long rest in this sort of hidey hole, or you just wait for an hour?
Are we able to take a long rest?
We probably have to stay here for like several. Well, I
What
mean,
time is it?
It's about 7 p.m. Like I said, you just got through like hiking up to this point,
Ah,
and we're
okay.
looking for a place to rest before you encountered these guys.
okay. Oh, how auspicious.
Well, yeah, we would probably take a long rest here then.
The
Yeah.
question,
Good spot.
It's just cramped. That's about it.
the question is, do we want to speak to this dead man?
No, no. Unless.
Weird question, alright.
Does Averia inquire out loud?
Yeah, do you say that out loud?
Give me a moment to think about that. She just kind of sidles over to Athenaeus, says very quietly to him, "It would seem this man was dear to you. I was given a gift by my late grandmother. Allows me to have brief conversation with those recent past, if you wish."
You have a connection with the spirits.
Only as a gift from my late grandmother. I don't really understand it myself. I didn't know I had family until a month or two ago. But I just wanted to offer you this chance.
I suppose it would be good to hear out whatever Herodian has to say.
Very well. Impheria comes over to the corpse and starts the Speak with Dead. Casts Speak with Dead.
Give me a second. Just gotta thin out some of the extra dudes that you guys have.
And she makes sure to tell Athenaeus he can only answer 5 questions.
I understand. Calling on this speak with dead. This magic seems to sort of connect with you for a moment, Impheria, as you channel it out and forward. What form does it take?
It almost looks like kind of like, so she as she does to speak to the trees, but it's a more haunting melody this time, almost the kind that would give you shivers up your spine or goosebumps. And instead of laying her hands directly on dead body, she lays them on the ground next to him, and these little like trails of green light swirl out from her fingertips underneath the body, and then around him, almost like a plant is cupping him, and goes up to kind of tilt his head up and hold his head. And then his eyes open with the same green light in them.
Herodian. It is me, Athenaeus. What happened after we got separated? I found myself alone with our cart, trying to descend down. I ended up on the path of the dead. I could not find you. You have moved on, my friend, into the realm beyond. I hope it is peaceful. Is there anything you wish for me to tell your wife? That I love her as much as I did the first day I met her. And to see me when she sees the moon in the night. I will take this to her, my friend. There was a chest with you in the cart. Where did you get it? I found it in the clutches of a decayed man, stuck to stone. I took it from him, but I did not open it. It rattles at night. Sort of looks to the rest of you. Is there anything you want to know?
Looks at Sophia.
She just shakes her head back and forth. She continues her ritual.
Yeah, Speak with Dead takes about 10 minutes, so your bubble would be up.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Your bubble would
Yeah,
up, your
she just
gentle
shakes
repose
her
would
head.
both be off.
Is it all right if he is left here? I'm not sure if we can continue with him.
Can I leave you with the mountain, old friend? I have Blanchette with me. I cannot take you as well. I understand. Simply take my message and my necklace.
Very well. Inferior releases the magic.
And
Rest well, old friend. So the green light seems just to fade away from his eyes.
as Nyx is finishing up her ritual, she brings over 2 pieces of drachmae and closes his eyes, leaving them upon the lids.
Are there any burial rites of your people, Athenaeus, that we can carry out here?
We are surrounded by stone, and wood is sparse. If we can close this cave, this can act as his tomb.
I will think on it tonight while we rest.
As
Try
will
and
I.
find a way.
So, the chest rattles at night.
Yeah.
I feel like we should open it as Deimos gets out his spear.
Not in here. Surely not in here.
Does it say anything on it? Like who it might
Danger.
be? Wait, are you telling me that a chest says danger on it and it rattles in the middle of the night?
Yes.
And you want to fucking open it?
I mean, we have to figure out what it is. I mean, what if it's dangerous? We should probably kill whatever inside before it breaks out.
What if it's a fucking curse and whoever opens it instantly dies?
We could just throw it over the
Nyx
side
reaches
of the
for the chest.
cliff. Nyx!
If
I
it's going to
vote
be any of us, it's already me.
Nix. Nix.
It shouldn't be any of us, Nix.
Hey, you don't open a chest that says dangerous and fucking rattles.
We
I mean,
can just
I could
throw
burn
it over the edge of the cliff and not have to.
You're assuming the thing inside is something that can be destroyed.
Well, it obviously can be contained, but
What if it's Lutherian?
Inferior casts detect magic.
He said he found it on a dead man that was like covered in stone or something.
That was stuck in the stone.
Well, shit, I think if anyone opens it, Kira should open it.
If she wants to. What is this? Is my detect magic coming up with anything?
Abjuration.
There's abjuration magic on.
Probably to keep whatever's inside of it. I'm gonna try and look at it with some divine sense.
Get your magic eyes on it.
If you do wish to open it, take it further into the cave, outside of the dome. Do not open it in here.
We'd have to open it
Especially
outside.
not in our place of dwelling, please.
Exactly. It would have to be opened outside in general. This cave is cramped as it is.
I mean, what if it makes a big holler and that creature just come run back?
Then we throw it off the cliff.
Yeah, unfortunately, based on what I'm reading, your divine sense does not give you a whole lot. You don't really get anything from it.
It's evil.
Yeah, the chest itself is not consecrated or desecrated.
It probably doesn't register the same to my eyes, but it doesn't look cursed.
You can spend some time to find out exactly what magic is on the chest. It might give us a clue, but it is most likely what Thylea said, simply meant to seal it.
Yes.
Hey, Aeneas, I got a question for you.
What is it?
Where the hell you find these horses? I mean, shit, we had to climb a mountain, fly over it, and that fucking horse carried a whole wagon up the side of the cliff?
It was coming down, Mercury.
I've heard of horses, a legend, coming from some land called Skyrim that could just climb up mountains.
I'm killing him. I stab him.
I slaughter him in his sleep, where he lays.
They're known as the roach breed of horses, yes.
I stab Sophia
I also
too.
kill this guy. They all
We all
die.
kill each other in the cave for making bad
And then
puns.
they open the box.
We had a way to get up the mountain easier. Part of that was a large sort of contraption I helped put together. A series of platforms and pulleys and ropes allowed us to bring up heavier objects onto the mountain.
I knew there was a ski lift.
It is covered in desecrated stone now. Troll corpses. They sicken you just by being near them. Drain away your strength. We cannot approach.
It's unfortunate.
So how about this? Just to make sure we're safe, don't touch it until tomorrow. At least then we'll at least feel safer without that guy near here.
Or we could just throw it off the cliff.
Where's your sense of adventure, inferior?
I mean, I ain't gonna open it. If one of y'all want to be stupid and open it, yeah, let's wait till tomorrow.
Unless Kira has any idea of what it is.
I guess the only thing I'm wondering is,
Why did that man have it? And if he is the one that wrote danger upon it before the stone consumed him? Is this from a grave? Is it from the city of the dead? What is it that he realized? Clearly, he wasn't able to open the chest. Otherwise, why would there be magic? Unless he did open it, and he's the one that cast the magic that keeps it closed.
Or maybe he opened it and then the rock fell on him.
There's some really good questions that I wish we thought of before we finished that ritual.
Man, he wouldn't know about the. He just said he found him in a rock.
Yes.
Different guy.
Athenaeus was your man and practitioner.
A practitioner of
Magic.
magic.
Yes.
No. Herodion was many things, but spell weaving is not one of them.
It was not him.
I don't know. I'm reluctant to have it within our protective bubble for the night if it rattles. Remember
Place it.
last time we had a strange bubble?
There we go.
Place it deeper in the cave.
Is that whispers? What's whispering? Is Athenaeus whispering to Blanchette, or was that just like random whispering?
No, that was me being satisfied with something.
Oh, okay. Remember last time we had something in the bubble? It was terrible.
All right then. Nyx is going to pick it up. I'll take this outside the bubble. If it's Lutherian, I'll deal with it. That way nobody else in here would be affected.
But don't open it.
No, don't open it. I'm not going to open it. I'm just going to sit by the shaking box.
You don't have to sit by it overnight, Nyx.
I mean, she wants to sit by it. She can sit by it. She's a grown woman.
Yes, it seemed very logical.
The risk I'm taking is to see if I can get a glimpse into what this thing is going to be doing. If it rattles at night, and if it is Lutherian, we all know how that's going to end up.
Right.
Yep, death.
How is the cave deep enough that there's like a spot outside Sophia's hut? Or do I have to go
Yeah, it
outside?
seems to be sort of irregular, and sort of going towards the back of the cave. There is like this tiny sort of like nook of space that's left. Like we're talking about maybe 2 feet or so, where you could try to just cram it out of the bubble and like put like a loose rock in front of it so it can't fall into the bubble, and that seems to work.
Yeah, perfect little shelf.
Sure, that works. I put my backpack up against it too, so I'll just sleep against it.
Yeah, and then you're still inside the bubble if I'm imagining the positioning correct.
Basically, everybody can be in the bubble except probably Ivis. Ivis
That's
isn't
okay.
allowed.
Ivis
can
can
watch
have
the
to be.
box.
I got to read the spell again, and yeah, it's actually 10 people, not 9 people, because it's 9 people with you. So
Mm. Ivis
That's
can watch the
nice.
box and scout around to make sure the thing doesn't come back and find the blemish. Blemish?
Lemis.
you're a little watcher. Look out.
Is that where the box is? The box be like right here.
Yeah, like the box is at the very, very, very back of the cave, and the
I
bubble
just
is
wanted
like.
to stick it on the weird butt of the heart.
Shove
It's
in the
not
butt.
part of our love. Ivis is, though. Ivis is part of our. Ivis.
And I was just
I'm
like
still
right
trying.
on the line.
If you have a weird vibrating box, don't put it in your butt.
Uh-oh.
Well,
As
I can change your mind, Brendan.
as you guys finally sort of get settled and the adrenaline from dealing with the fabled blemish sort of comes to an end, you find where you want to sit the box and you finally start to relax. You can feel the weight of the day on your shoulders once again. As first up for that fight,
Ooh. Hey.
go get your XP from the trough in the chat.
Nice. I love that so much. That's so handy.
Is it already in there, or do I have to like press a button?
You just hit the little add button right next to your name.
Erp.
And once again, I need some endurance checks from all of you. If you click on the die, it'll do a little pop-up, and if you are proficient in martial weapons, you can type in your proficiency bonus.
Little dice.
Mythic inspiration.
There we go.
Oh, I passed this time.
Where'd my dice go?
You don't get to roll, Sophia.
I rolled it and it didn't pop off. And now it won't let me roll again.
I think it's because I clicked something.
You got a nat 20. You passed.
Popped up with the modifiers. I just clicked normal. I saw the dice roll out. Well, let me just do a con save, I guess.
There you go.
Hey.
Nice. Yes, that passes. Using some mythic inspiration to sort of power past the pain and soreness in your muscles, Mercury. As I believe only Theamos feels the weight of the day. As Theamos, you lose another whatchamacallit? Hit die. Bringing yourself down to 6 after the long rest is the important part. You start the day with 6 instead of 7. As you all want to take watches?
Very much so.
Nyx is gonna stay up for first watch. She wants to keep an eye on the box.
I'll take first watch too. With the Nyx watching, I'll cast some Identify on the box for nothing better to do.
Nyx and Sophia. Second, first Mercury on second. Does anyone else have a preference?
4. Tab.
My 1 foot watch.
4.
I'll take first watch. Athenaeus, you can sleep. You sound a little dry throat there.
No coughing in the bubble.
I'll take third.
We're in the middle of a pandemic.
So,
I'll
Nyx
take
and
third and
Sophia.
fourth.
Nyx and Sophia on first. Mercury and somebody else take second?
I took first.
Thamos took first.
So 3 on first.
So 3 on first. And 1 on second. And 2 on third and 1 on fourth. 2 on fourth.
Sounds right.
Does one of the ones on first want to take second?
Sure, I'll take second.
Very well.
All right, so it should be Theamos and Nyx, then Sophia, then Athenaeus. Oh, is Mercury on second as well?
Yeah.
I thought Athenaeus was on third and fourth.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so Nyx and Theamos, Sophia, Mercury, Athenaeus and
Inferior.
and then Athenaeus and Atreus. Coolio.
Yes. And Ivis all night. But Ivis is gonna fly up and down the path and stuff. He's gonna do his spirals.
Gotcha. And let's do. First watch. You guys do anything in particular? Theamos and Nyx.
How soon into the night does the box start rattling?
It's about 8:17, 8:18 now. Probably right when you get comfortable. Just as you sort of settle in for your watch, you hear just the soft sort of the sound of metal tapping against stone as it seems to sort of softly shake just outside of your vision, just behind you.
So the box itself is made of metal?
Made of wood with brass adornments and like a band and clasp. So it's wood and metal.
And what does it sound like inside? Can I discern what might be shaking? Or what it's made of?
No. Does not seem to really convey that. It just seems to sort of shake like it almost shakes in the same way of like something just being knocked over by a cat. It's not really knocking or banging in any way, shape, or form. It just seems to sort of convey movement.
I wonder. Nyx is going to get up from her comfortable position and go to the mouth of the cave. And can I see the sky, or is it completely covered by clouds still?
Looking up from where you are now, you can see a couple clouds, but you mostly see sky. The moon seems to be shining light down to your back, so it would be up and then slightly past where you can see. Seems to be just outside of your vision.
Dumb. All right, maybe another day then. Nyx is just gonna get uncomfortable against the box.
After about like 30 minutes, since Thylea is certain everyone's asleep, he's going to go over to Nyx, kind of squat down in front of her. Hey, Nyx.
Oh no.
You want to open the box?
Nyx's like eyes just kind of like go wide at your fucking hubris. No, walk through this with me, Theamos. How the hell do you think this is going to not fuck us?
Well, you're 500 years old and wise, and I'm hot as hell, so should work out.
So I should tell you no.
That would be boring. Where's your sense of adventure?
You see, you were the one that pointed out I was old and wise, so I guess in that regard I need to be the one preventing all of the bad decisions from
I
everyone
don't know. I
else.
feel like the wise decision here would be to do it.
It is only wise if we have a proper plan for it, and we are in here with our allies. If this thing is dangerous, I call it Lutherian. What I really mean is I do not want another incident of starry Ica jumping out at us.
Well, yeah, I didn't mean to open it in here. We were going to go outside.
So you do have a plan. Go on. This Nyx grabs the box. We're going to go outside, and she's going to walk with Theamos outside of the bubble.
You just hear the soft scratching of a quill as you walk through the bubble.
I assume she was awake.
Yeah, Nyx has just resigned herself to having all of her shit documented.
I guess I'll kind of nod for Kira to also come along with us.
She just gives you a hearty smile, stands up, and walks out of the bubble.
Okay, just give me like 10 minutes. Can I upcast this? Can protection from evil and good be upcasted?
You can cast it in a higher spell slot. I do not believe it conveys any
If
benefit
it
from
does
doing so.
anything. That's what I meant.
Yeah. You can, it doesn't do anything special.
Dumb. Just give me 10 minutes. Cast this. Oh, it's not a ritual. I just cast it. It's just concentration, is all.
Yeah.
As I cast protection from evil and good on. Fuck, I don't know. Theamos, roll a d20. On myself.
See Nyx do that. He's gonna say, "Oh, that's a pretty good idea," and he'll cast it on himself.
Oh my god. Oh my god, these guys. Why?
And did you have protection from evil, good, and prepared, or was it the always prepared from your shield?
It's my
always prepared from my shield.
Yeah, so you see the sort of medallion start to glow a bit as you channel in the magic. But that's about it.
But I don't want to do it too close to the cave mouth. So let's. As Nick starts walking a bit further back down the path that we had once come up from.
It's dangerous when the DM loves you.
The DM puts a box in front of you and he's like, I wonder if anyone's going to open. And everyone's like, no. And then the one dude is like, but what if?
I mean, at least they're not inside the bubble, so the rest of us are fine, right? Right?
Okay, if I'm right about Sophia's magic, that means that whatever is in this thing, we will have to deal with, but it cannot attack any of them. It shouldn't be able to go through that. I've never used it myself, so I'm not entirely certain.
I'm also just gonna lay on hands myself real quick.
I will say, if there's a creature inside of the box, I cast the dome with the box outside of the dome. You could not have pulled it through the dome.
Creatures in extra-dimensional spaces don't count against the limit.
Okay.
Okay.
Otherwise, we cast the dome, you go, let's bring this chest in here. Dunk. Dunk, dunk, dunk.
And Nyx is going to take the end of her her big lantern sensor staff, and she's just going to start etching a circle in the ground. No, wait, that's the detect one. Where's the other one? Is this a ritual? No, it's not a ritual. All right.
What's the casting time on it?
Oh, I was looking at detect magic. I meant to cast dispel magic.
Yeah, no ritual on dispel magic.
Oh, man.
Poor Nikki.
Ooh, okay, casting dispel magic on it. So what does your dispel magic look like? Remind me.
It's looking like almost like a fog of stars start to wrap around it and
like a little nebula?
darken as it's trying. Yes, like a little nebula, as if it's trying to absorb the weave itself.
Okay. It's a sort of nebula, glittering stars, different colors, sort of swirl around it, this fog as a part of them, and sort of latch on to this chest. You can see the chest shake, and bit by bit you can see this, like, it almost looks like a peeling onion. This like shine of blue magic comes off of it and is just absorbed into this weird nebula. And as all of the magic breaks away from it, you hear the sound of metal being opened. the lid flaps back, and inside you just see darkness. And that darkness explodes out silently, filling this whole area, cutting you off from the sky, cutting you off from basically anything. As you hear, oh,
1,000 years!
gives you such a crick in the neck. As you can see the strange shadow and darkness coalesce into something that seems to end in black fog and mist. As you can see just these two glowing white points, as white as your hair, Nyx, just look down at the three of you. Long, bent, twisted horns coming off the top of it. As...
My god.
Roll initiative.
Oh my god.
You bring it to darkness to help set the scene here. And...
Oh my god.
oh god. I have clicked the wrong thing. There we go.
Kill them all. Kill them all.
You see a beautiful row of wicked-looking teeth, long, shadowy body that seems to emanate more and more darkness off of these weird, ethereal-looking wings. Yes, pop to reality.
Oh dear goodness.
That is what you see. This strange, long-armed, impish-looking creature, dark black in color. As it seems to end with a wispy sort of shadow at its base. You don't look like the ones that trapped me in that box. As it talks, this sort of inky shadow seems to fall out of its mouth.
That would explain the danger written on the box.
Well, no, we weren't the ones that put you there, but we let you out.
Oh
Thumbs up.
That you did.
Do I know any stories of entities of this nature as this thing emerges from the box? Do I have any inkling what the fuck we just did?
It is a very, 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 very rare occurrence to have something from what the most educated might refer to as the mythical lower planes enter into this world. For reasons that are not truly known to mortals, you can give me a very hard, in your case, Arcana check. It certainly lines up with tales of otherworldly entities, but it is not a field of study you are familiar with.
Yikes. Yikes.
You are quite a tasty looking one, aren't you? As he sort of
Well,
looks,
thank you.
these bright white eyes looking at you, Theamos. You carry light with you. Painful, burning light. All of you do.
Who it is that we have the honor of speaking with? Entity in a box.
Oh.
I will not give you my name, but you can call me Vokosh.
That's not ominous at all.
Can I call you V for short?
I don't think I am short.
I mean, like, shortening your name. Volka's just really hard to remember. So, like, V is just, just rolls off the tongue, don't you think?
Which here's a soft sort of giggle from Kira.
Oh my god.
I'm sure this is not exactly how you imagined your escape.
I can't say it is.
So, what did you do to get put in jail? Were you a bad boy?
Oh my god.
I was beckoned here.
By whom?
Information comes at a price.
Do it. Sell your soul.
What
kind of price?
You have to offer, little lights.
Sell inferior soul.
I mean, we did just kind of free. Don't you think we get one for free?
I'll start the ritual to put them back in the box. Nick starts etching circles. Nick starts etching circles in the
You can
ground.
see the shadow along his arm start to condense, and it just seems to sort of almost make the strange metallic sound as you can see his hands just be wreathed in this weird shadowy metal. I would not do that if I were you.
Oh.
I want you to consider in this moment if you think we would be fools to let you out if we did not have a plan to get you back in. We want some information. Give it to us in exchange for your freedom.
I mean, we're just trying to be friends here,
Mortals are always foolish enough to overestimate themselves. But I am in an agreeable mood considering, as he sort of looks around at the night sky around him, his darkness sort of dissipating. I know not what they call themselves. I know they are obsessed with my kind. They wish to bring in something that does not belong. This much I know of your strange little marble.
Strange little.
Poor Sophia. She's missing it all.
And the ones that summoned you here were the same ones that sealed you in the box? Or was that for another group to do?
They were not. Fools like yourselves sealed me in that box. They whispered in the night of their journey, seeking to climb the peaks.
The Argonauts.
And do you know if these ones succeeded? Or were you already in the box by then?
I was in the box, but I could hear their screams at night, trying to break free.
Oh, that's nice.
One by one, the dead consumed them. Well,
What do you
best
intend now?
of luck. I will make my own way. Though I suppose I will steer clear of your light.
I hope for your sake that our paths do not cross again.
As time passes through this first watch, and those of you on second watch, Mercury and Sophia, both of you give me perception checks with disadvantage.
How do I do with disadvantage?
Left control, left control. 9, 5. Yeah. Sleeping soundly, though your watch is quickly approaching. Fare thee well, lest we meet again.
Wait. I have one last question.
Oh, thank God, I was going to be upset if you didn't.
What?
Let me ask one thing. Okay, link to next. Should we kill it?
My God.
You want to try now? Are you an idiot? This is your idea.
But like, if he leaves, I mean, that's not really our problem, but also it might be our problem.
It will be. That is inevitable. One way or another. Here, I'll let you pace around and figure it out. In your time here before you were imprisoned in the box, do you know what it is you were summoned for? Or at least what it is that you accomplished? I can't imagine an entity like you would be so easily enslaved by summoning magic.
Flattery. The group that summoned me wished to know my secrets and gain my power. They wished to strike a deal.
And did they?
Indeed, they did.
Snix looks over at Themos to see if he has any idea what it is he wants to do next.
Do you want to strike a deal with us?
As you can see him sort of smile, and his lips and mouth seem to sort of bend and twist, much in the way of like the Grinch in the old cartoons, just going almost supernaturally high. His eyes glow with a brighter white as he sort of descends down towards you.
Nix quickly closes the gap to Themos.
Do you have to offer?
I went to next. I have no idea. How about this? Here's the deal. We let you go. You don't kill anyone innocent. We don't kill you.
That is a boring deal.
Are you certain? You seem to not really know who it is that you are dealing with. You see, we are on an odyssey of sorts. And even though what I said, I hope for your sake our paths do not cross, it may sound like a threat, but it's really more of a prayer. If our paths do cross, and we find that you have harmed innocents, we will have no other choice but to fight against you. And there's no telling how much stronger we will be then. Look at this deal as insurance for yourself to continue wandering freely. Unless you want to go back in a box.
You can always kill and torture, criminals and evil people. There's these people down in a nearby city that are like enslaving minotaurs. You could kill and torture those people.
The Baphomet clan of old. That could be interesting. Power indeed in that bloodline. this world has to offer.
But do we have a deal? You think you can go off as if you were agreeing, but not formally agree?
Fine. What is your name?
Thales.
Not you. The persistent
okay.
one.
Rude.
I will not give you my name, but you can call me Star.
Sort of descends down to your level. Star. He extends a weird, shadowy hand, the metal gauntlet on it seeming to fade away into just his normal arm. Shake on it, then.
Bound by Earth, you do not kill innocents, we do not kill you. As Nyx takes his arm.
Grabs a hold of your arm, and as you shake, you can feel this weird sort of tendril, like someone sort of dripping ice water along your arm as it seems to go up your arm. And then you feel just a great deal of heat and fire seem to sort of push down on the other side, meeting this ice and then pushing it off of your arm and into his as he pulls away from it and grips at his own arm. What are you?
What did you do?
Fine.
What?
A deal is a deal. Leave me. As shadow seems to wreath up his body, and he just seems to pull away from you quite quickly. Shadow seeming to wreath around him more and more as he's getting harder and harder to see.
Goodbye, V.
I look down at my arm. What the fuck?
As just in a panic, he seems to shroud himself in complete darkness, being invisible to the eye. Just this strange swirling bubble that just seems to fly off into the night quite quickly.
That was fun. You okay, Nyx?
It felt like my arm was going to be frozen and then burned on the other side. It went back and forth like a conflict. I don't. It looked like it surprised him as much as it did me. Anything funny
Maybe.
with my arm? I light my lantern and I try to look into it, look over it.
You see your strange sort of mark, this sun and moon surrounded by clouds, and looking at it, it seems to shimmer this soft golden light.
Oh no. What does that mean? I don't know what the fuck we just did. But that creature's at least oath-bound. And now so am I. So how do you explain the opened box to everyone in there? Because you know they're going to be furious.
We'll do it when everyone's awake. So we'll close the box, put it back in their spot, and then in the morning, I'll tell everyone. People can't say mad at me. I'm too pretty.
There's stuff in here.
Stuff.
Stuff. Snix brings over her lantern.
You can't quick me anymore.
So much smut in here. Guys, I think you let out a weird deviant.
Oh yeah, it's just a bunch of bondage stuff. Yeah.
Yep. Oh God. Oh Jesus.
Yeah, looking
hey,
in
you don't
here,
kink
you
shame here.
see
You don't kink shame here.
you see like a weird sort of large, about golf ball sized gemstone. Will look like a set of boots, a weird iron belt, and a couple of vials.
Sophia's on next watch, isn't she? Couldn't she just look over all of this stuff?
Sure, I feel like Sophia wouldn't be too angry at us.
No, she wouldn't. Sophia wouldn't be. Mercury would be. Unfortunately, they're on watch together.
I mean, would Mercury really be all that angry? I mean,
Yes.
he was like,
Be
you know,
honest.
if they want to do it, they can do it. Just don't do it around us. And we
Mercury
do it
has
around
been a
them.
very specific brand of agitating these last several days. I do not want to see what it is that will make him snap.
I mean, I could tell him. You just stay
Probably
asleep,
best.
and then I'll tell him.
Probably best that
It was
you
my
do.
idea too.
And I'm not responsible for you, so it's not like I could have stopped you if you really wanted. Alright then, Snix is going to close the box and pick it up. Shall we get on to the next watch?
Did you get a good story there, Kira? I said, did you get a good story there?
Quite entertaining.
I wasn't really paying attention.
I honestly didn't think it was going to make an oath. I was shocked.
Yeah, it was so rude of him. He was like, "What's your name?" And I was like, "Thanos." He's like, "Not you. Why not me?"
Because you were the one that was gonna let him go on a word promise. That is not how things work here. Especially against entities like that. You want to make a deal with it, you make an oath.
Well, I mean, that's what I meant by deal. I assumed that was like. I assumed he would have assumed that that's what I meant. I didn't think he was just going to
Sure,
say.
yes, of course. But you weren't ensuring that an oath would be made. He was trying to slip on away. It's not about. I'm not trying to insult you, Themos. I'm just simply saying maybe you should be a little more critical about these sorts of things. You had a very clever idea, and I went along with it.
Right, go ahead, put the box down and go to sleep. I'll wake them up so you don't get yelled at.
I'm sure Sophia will be fine. Nyx is just going to give a nudge to Sophia before settling in her kind of corner. And as Mel has to spend the next several minutes writing the last hour, shit just happened.
And Sophia's up and Nyx is down. I'm going to kind of nudge Mercury awake.
Yep.
Hey guys, so I have good news and confusing news.
You opened the fucking box, didn't you?
I did. It was fun.
Nyx like opens one eye since Mercury caught on very quickly.
What did you find?
Well, there was a strange demon inside. That was interesting. Do I know it was a demon? Do I know what demons are?
It definitely seemed to be otherworldly. A demon, devils, these things are foreign concepts to you.
Or at least a strange shadow monster. But it was intelligent.
The thing that stands out the most to you is that it vaguely seems to sort of remind you of Sophia with the horns.
So yeah, maybe it was a... Actually, I'm not going to say that. That's offensive.
No, do not. Are you crazy?
So
But you had, like...
You both went and opened the box. There's a creature in it. Was it locked in there for a reason?
Yeah, it was, like, summoned from another world, I guess, by evil people trying to do evil things. And then another group locked it inside the box. And then another group, us, we opened it.
Nyx is just going to quietly give the box to Sophia as Theomos explains himself.
But...
Where the fuck is the creature?
Oh, well, we made a deal.
You made a deal?
Yes.
With a demon.
Also don't know what it is.
I give Mercury a hug. It's gonna be okay, Mercury. It's okay.
Wait, who made the deal?
So I started it. Nyx ended up making it because she
So
started the party
Nyx
off.
made a fucking deal with a demon?
As all of you are awake,
We all wake up.
It's not a bad deal. It's actually a pretty good deal. See,
What, you gonna fucking tell me she made an oath with it or something?
Nyx quietly opens the box in front of Sophia so she can just start looking at the items.
he can't kill anybody innocent. Just we can't kill him.
So you made a goddamn oath with a goddamn demon.
Monster.
And you over here lecturing me about being on top of my game?
I mean, it was my idea.
It takes two to tango, Theamos.
I mean, there was like 4 of us there. Killer was there too.
Kira, you didn't say nothing?
well, I didn't want to interfere.
Just to chronicle. All she does is chronicle.
But the important thing here, the important thing here, is how we have stuff.
Oh, great.
Oh, yeah, that's great. You have stuff. You made an oath with a demon, creature, devil, something. But we got stuff.
It's not going to be your problem, Mercury. It wasn't an oath on behalf of the Fellowship, it was an oath on behalf of myself.
But you are part of the Fellowship.
Well, Sophia can kill him if he kills people, but like he's oath-bound to not kill people.
If I heard correctly.
Kira, what was the exact oath? I'm sure you wrote it down.
Again, I wasn't really paying attention.
They made an oath, it seems, for him not to kill innocent people. And in exchange, they would let him leave. Though I wonder if they noticed. Well, it seems they did not.
Oh.
I did not say when I made the oath, Kira. You might want to check your notes. I did not say that the oath was he does not kill innocents, we let him leave. It is that he does not kill innocents, and if our paths cross again, we do not kill him.
Well,
Although
whose fucking definition of innocence?
Yes, exactly. We ran into the same thing, but you didn't specify that in your oath, did you?
Creatures like that, they're fucking finicky. It's probably his definition of innocence.
Same kind of thing we ran into on Themis.
There are far worse things in life than death as well. It is the greatest gift given to our kind, and some argue that one day it will be our destruction of curiosity. As she goes and starts looking through the things in the box.
No point in biting each other over a drop steak. It just sort of turns over and tries to go back to sleep.
Seems to me that the magic placed on that chest was not particularly of high order. Whatever was sealed within can only be so dangerous. If it harms others, then it was a mistake, but not one of great import when you look at what there is at stake, or what we have to do. To benefit or not, what he says is right. It doesn't make much difference.
But we should have just left the chest alone.
There is much to be found in hindsight.
But we wouldn't need hindsight, would we, if they kept themselves?
And this is how lessons are learned.
Lessons. Various steps outside the bubble.
Don't tell her I said this, but I'd probably do it again.
The way I see it, it was going to be inevitable.
Yeah, it's gonna be inevitable while we're all there. We could at least talk some sense in you.
There was no talking sense into Theamos, trust me. I'd rather somebody be at his side in case anything were to go wrong than to him to go off and do it alone. And for us to wonder why he wasn't here in the morning.
Maybe you need to give him one of your lectures. Turn around and walk out.
Why do I need to be lectured? I'm perfect. I'm gonna shrug and go cuddle up next to Eos.
Alright.
Before Nyx goes to bed, if anything, Sophia, I know you'll find use of everything in this box.
I hope so.
I hope it's worth it. Nyx covers herself with her blanket and turns over to go to sleep.
Yeah, the first object, a pair of fuzzy handcuffs and a ball gag and weird nine tails.
Nice, nice.
Got an interesting
Yes,
logo
very
on 'em.
useful. Very useful indeed.
It's a 14-inch. No. Let's see.
Ah!
Could be longer, but still useful, yes.
Yes, what do you want to identify first?
There was a belt and some boots. Is there anything else that looked like it was inherently magical?
Big ass gem.
Yeah, it's a big old golf ball sized sphere. Looks like some sort of gemstone.
Well, I'll check these in a moment, but since everyone is deciding to get some fresh air, as it were, no better time, I suppose. And Sophia's going to place the box down and walk out of the bubble. As it dispels, reaches into her cloak, pulls out a skull. Go now, as magic starts to coalesce inside the spell. Down the path, a giant sword rests. A creature lies dead. If no other live by it, cut of it, its tongue and flesh and teeth, return all that you can carry. As it seems like the magic takes hold in this strange, ghastly form that begins to look like almost a normal gray skin tiefling until it slowly changes into that of a horridly wilted figure. Hand out a knife to it and send it on its way. As I return back and start casting my ritual for the dome again. After that, then I'll identify the things.
All right. Give me a give me 3 survival checks using intelligence.
Don't know how to do that, but I'm just gonna do straight intelligence checks because I'm not proficient. That's initiative. That's not intelligence.
You just click on the attribute next to it.
Hey.
All right. As in short order, your bubble returns with Mercury and Inferior outside of it. And you set about the process of identifying the various items. As Mercury, what are you doing?
I'm just sitting out here, fuming.
feeling your emotions.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And Emphyria seeming to hide away, it seems, make yourself small.
Make myself small and try to fall asleep. Iris will wake me when it's time for my lunch.
Gotcha. All right, and we will start with we'll just start with whatever I clicked on.
Yeah.
As the first item. Bum, 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 bum. Can I share it from here?
What a mess low.
Configure permissions. Let's do. Is a strange sort of potion. This vial seems to be a little dusty, but still sealed, and the liquid inside seems to swirl and change between this strange sort of fiery red to this odd electric blue, and then this weird sort of caustic looking green with like fumes coming off of it. And it seems to sort of cycle between these colors as you swirl it and take it in. As you find a potion of maximum power.
You gain 3 levels.
Rare candy potion.
That's so much power.
So much power.
If this isn't an Infinity Stone, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
Oh
No,
my
that's
lord.
later in the story. Sorry. Where is your?
It's maximum power. Can't
Thank
get
you.
any more powerful than that.
You can get super mega ultra maximum power.
I'll drag it into your
Infinite power.
inventory because it's a proper item. So
Infinity
it's in your
power
inventory
plus
now.
one.
As a potion of maximum power, rare. The first time after you drink this potion, the first time you cast a damage-dealing spell of 4th level or lower within 1 minute after drinking the potion, instead of rolling dice to determine the damage dealt, you can instead use the highest number possible for each die.
Ooh,
Mm.
very spicy. Smells of sugar and plum.
Indeed.
Maybe I'll just drink it because it tastes good.
It has a muddy taste when you actually drink it, though.
Oh.
Yeah, it deceives you. Next up.
Oh,
what
it
did I click on?
smells of it. Okay, well, throw it away.
Hey, next up is the strange sort of belt. Looking at it, it seems to be made of this stalwart leather on the inside and then covered with these bronze and stone plates along its length, culminating in a strange sort of bronze head that seems squat and stout and rather tough in appearance. As you discover a belt of dwarven kind.
Interesting.
Ooh. That's a spicy one. One of my favorites.
Yes, give them a beard.
A strange sort of wondrous item that when you wear it increases your hardiness and seems to just sort of give you a greater presence when interacting with dwarves. And in addition, you have a random chance each day of growing a full beard if you are capable of growing one, or a visibly thicker one if you already have one. And then if you are not a dwarf, you get advantage on saving throws against poison and have resistance against poison damage. You gain dark vision and can speak, read, and write dwarvish.
Nice. We got booties and a gem.
And one more potion, which I think is this one, so I'll do the potion first. What are you, potion? Identify yourself. Ah, yes, a
Ultimate
potion, a simple
maximum
potion
power.
of greater healing. Yeah,
Okay.
make it. Give me 1 second. I'll drag these onto your inventory as well. Yeah, there you go. Another potion of greater healing, and yeah, a belt of dwarven kind. Somewhere in your items, there it is. The image on it broke, but it's still a belt. Yeah. Then, yes, the best boots. Simple magic requires attunement, but while you wear them, it increases your walking speed to 30 unless your walking speed is higher, or and your speed is not reduced if you are encumbered or wearing heavy armor. And you can jump 3 times the normal distance, though you cannot jump further than your remaining movement allows, as you find a pair of boots of striding and springing.
Milo runs into the universe, grabs them, and runs away.
Oh yeah. Get to see our burly boys fight over it.
And last but not
Me and Fury.
least,
Huh.
a small, sort of golf ball sized, perfectly smooth, pink sort of gemstone. One quite familiar with fishermen alike, something they would often search for when shucking quite a tasty morsel off the coasts of Mitros, a pearl. As looking inside of it, you can see that it contains a strong and recharging nugget of power, as you discover a pearl of power.
Ooh.
Contains nugget of power.
A nugget of magical power. As while it is on your person, you can use an action to speak its command word and regain 1 expended spell slot. If this expended spell slot was 4th level or higher, the new slot is 3rd level. And once you use it, you can't use it again until the next dawn. So I'll drag it into your inventory. And put the boots of striding and springing observer. There you go. I don't know why the images broke on those two. I'll replace them at some point if I remember. As it should all be in your inventory and all be visible to you.
Oh, they went to equipment. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, you can also see them in the items directory. So like at the very top, like the weird little vase, if you click on that, you should see them in a list there now. I'll sort that at some point.
Go?
I see it in the items part.
Oh, the pearl of power turned into consumable. Weird. You don't belong there.
I guess because you can like consume its power and then it'll recharge, maybe. Yeah, because it has a limited number of uses, 1 of 1.
Yeah, I'm dragging up to equipment. Okie doke. Get done with that, and then finish up my notes on my map as sort of scribble on the map, working on it, and when it comes time to sort of shift coming over, if either Inferia or Mercury doesn't return, I'll wake up third shift, which I can't remember who it was. Was it Atreus? Atreus third shift?
Atreus is 4th.
Me and Athenaeus.
Gotcha. Then I'll. Oh, well, fuck! You're not here. I'll ask Athenaeus to go retrieve them, as I need to reform my magic. But if they're not here, it will not protect them.
Your little spellweaver says she needs you back to put up her dome.
Alright. Think Inferior went off in that tree.
The one tree.
Yes. Inferior.
Hmm?
Your spellweaver, Sophia, says she needs you back for the dome. And it is your watch.
Yes. Just as he says that, Ibis flutters down. Next to her. Ah. Yes. She whispers to him briefly, "Thank you, friend. Continue your scouting." And then goes back to the dome.
So I wait until Fury gets back, as both Mercury and Fury are locked out of the hole. I walk over towards them and just push a hand through the dome as you basically just see this gray wall in front of you since you weren't part of it, and then you just see a hand pop out the side as the magic just disperses slowly away from the dome as if it's dissolving. I'm inside. Unrefoldment.
Very well.
Step inside of it.
So I'll put my magic up and then go back to sleep. Try to click my button again to see how my map goes.
And when you get the bubble finished, Inferia is going to go back to.
Wait, did I already roll for this day? Is this the third day or the fourth day? Third day, right?
Shrug.
Shrug.
I think I already rolled for today.
The DM
I think
thought
you
he was
already rolled. I think you already rolled for today, unless you're trying to roll.
No, because I rolled 3 times, and I
coming
think
day.
this is just still the third day, so I think I already rolled
Yeah.
for it. So yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I go back to bed. Yeah,
You
Sophia
haven't
goes to the
actually
bathroom
done
first.
the fourth day of travel.
I am sad to say that we're inside the dome. Sophia's not allowed to leave, but she does need to go to the bathroom, so have fun.
Where's an
She
empty
doesn't know
chest?
She doesn't know prestidigitation. As for third and fourth watches, you guys do anything?
Furia hides in the shadows. At the start of fourth watch, she'll get up to make sure Trace is awake. And then she'll go back to her spot and fall asleep.
All right. And Atreus, do you want to do anything on your fourth watch as the sun begins to rise?
See him back in the game.
Oh, yeah.
I see him in Discord.
Oh no. Did his shadow break again?
Did earlier.
Peter?
Peter?
I have to restart it. There you go. Now I hear you guys. I saw green circles. What's happening? Am I
Yeah, it's
dying?
just- no, it's just
your
fourth
watch.
watch.
Are you doing anything?
Oh, okay, great. Nope, Travis is getting ready for the day. Throwing his lepta, eating his breakfast, putting on his armor. His daily ritual. Is there anyone that's awake? Is it just him?
Athenaeus.
Athenaeus.
You mind if I partake as well?
Help yourself.
As Athenaeus seems perfectly content to just eat and sit outside, sort of taking in the early morning air. As quite quickly, it is now about 7:23 or so, as the rest of you find yourselves naturally rising.
Long rest?
Indeed, you do benefit from a long rest, though Theamos is down a hit die.
Do the ones that lost it earlier, do we get it back?
You benefit, you benefit from a long rest, so you regain half. So you would, and you succeeded on your endurance check. So yes, you should be back at 7.
Oh, wrong button.
Okay.
The point is, if you continue to fail, you would just keep chipping away at it.
Which would affect short rests, basically.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
And eventually long rests, because long rest you only get half.
Would they affect potions? Does potion
Certain ones.
usage? Oh.
Certain, like the mana potions require you to expend a hit die, and if you get forced to expend a hit die and can't expend a hit die, you gain exhaustion.
Eh.
Early in the morning, Nyx is going to make her way to Kira, who by this point she assumes never sleeps. Kira, a word.
Of course.
And leads her out of the cave. Last night you mentioned if we noticed something. Is there anything you should be telling me right now?
Oaths are a tricky thing, Nyx. They can be quite binding to those who reside in Thylea, bound by its rules and its arbiters. But when it comes to those from other worlds, it can be a bit trickier.
Trickier how?
Well, they may be able to slip away from Thylea through whatever means they got here by, and oaths are harder to bind to them since they do not belong here. The Fury's power is immeasurable, but it is limited to the bounds of Thylea.
I felt two very different sensations running up my arm when I made this oath. I've never felt that upon making an oath before. One of fire and one of ice. Does that mean the oath failed? Be as shocked as it me, so I'm not sure what to make of it. Is my mark still shimmering gold?
Not anymore, no. I think that strange little creature tried to change something. Maybe tried to curse you, or afflict you with something. And it failed. Seems there's only room for, well, one permanent problem for you.
Oh, great. I can thank her for something.
I would not be so hasty. I am sure you're still quite vulnerable to whatever it is she wants you to be vulnerable to. But perhaps it was in this moment. A bit of sunshine.
All right, well, I'm sure the group is going to be fractured for quite some time. Hopefully, by the time this scenario comes to bite us in the ass, we'd recover from it. Snix turns and goes back to the cave for breakfast.
Yeah, could we take this?
What is it?
Something we found. Drink it, and it will infuse your spell. Something should handle the most powerful magic we hold. Although if it is more powerful, you learn something of a higher order, it may not be effective. But from what you've shown, a fireball, it will make it burn as hotly as it ever could. Only for a single spell.
Did you find this in the box?
Yes.
Just kind of hand it back to her. I don't want any fruit from that poison vine.
Alright, speaking of which. Alright, I heard you shouting. I was too tired. One at a time. What
Oh my
happened?
God.
I had Nyx come with me and Kira, and we opened the box.
Okay, and then what happened?
Theamos was insistent.
One at a time. Theamos, what happened? Sorry, Nyx.
A shadow monster appeared. We had a conversation. When he tried to leave, we made him swear an oath to not kill anyone innocent, and we won't hunt him down. And then we got stuff in that box.
Okay, Nyx, go. What happened?
If Theamos was so eager to open the box, I thought there was going to be no convincing him otherwise. I either fight and argue with him, or we try to do it safely while we were in control of the situation. I decided to go with the latter. And what Theamos says is true. We did make an oath. I made an oath with him. And, I don't have any reason to believe it didn't go through. I do think he tried to curse me. I don't think he was successful. But it looked like he was terrified at whatever magic is that was protecting me, so even if our paths do cross again, I might be able to handle it. And within the box, we found that there were items. The magic that held him within the box was not that very strong. It was easily dispelled by mine. It was placed into the box by other Mystios going for the challenge. They were unsuccessful in returning. If it wasn't us, it could have been somebody else. I'd rather it had been us.
Sophia, what do you make of all this?
It is a grave error. Something that very well may spell your doom, as you are all bound by an oath that you all swore together, and Nyx, already bound by the magic within her, may have deviled it over. But I believe that a creature of such strength to be bound by such things will most likely not be any worse than the curse that Thylea has already placed on Nyx. If her fate is already sealed to doom and destruction, I doubt this will change it all that much.
Atreus just like rubs his temples hearing Sophia.
Nyx has a small smile as she munches into some smoked fish.
But you know my opinion on oaths. They are never to be taken lightly. And in most cases, they are never to be taken. But it has been done. We have learned from it, we have gained from it, and all we can do is endeavor that it will not end us.
Yes, that was the point I was going to make. What is done is done. There's no point dwelling on the past and just trying to make sense of what has happened.
I did run through all the possibilities in my head, and none of them seemed like something we could handle.
Did you run through the possibility of just wait until the morning like you said you're going to?
Well, I mean, I ran through the possibilities of what would happen after we open it.
Yo, Thamos, I thought you'd grown some. I thought, maybe spending some time with your pa was a good thing. But I'm just disappointed in you. I thought you trusted us more.
Where's Inferior?
I'm gonna go track her down. She didn't take last night's events all that great.
Check the rest of it. I don't know what his problem is. So what you get, Sophia?
Rubs his eyes.
Yes. Use them Please partake. They don't seem to be cursed. Although, I have been fooled by such things before. It is, in most cases, impossible to tell until they take hold. Thankfully, I've taken precautions. I've prepared myself today, and if you use them, even if a curse does take hold, I can at least release you from it. They are handy, though. This belt, infused with the lineage of dwarven kind, it seems, it will make you hardier, especially against poisons. It will let you even understand the dwarven language. It does have a strange side effect, however, of growing facial hair in the morning. Well, besides that, it seems harmless. These boots that will not inhibit your movement, even if you are carrying something beyond your capabilities. And they will allow you to spring forward, such as we saw with those giants, the cyclopean creatures of yesterday. And this, although taking into attunement, you must be attached to it. You can draw power from it once a day to replenish some of your magic, even some of the more potent magic. I would advise most likely Theamos or Atreus to take the belt. I'm assuming Atreus, unless Theamos you're looking for a new look in the morning.
I don't know if I have the face for facial hair.
I thought that would be a boundary for you. The
Yeah, it's like
boots,
Atreus is like rubbing his temples next. You can just hear him whisper, "Oh, this is the last thing we need. A wedge between us on this journey." It's like hearing his name. What is it? And he just steps up.
take this, wear it. It will make you hardier and make you take more blows, make you resistant to poison. You'll even understand the dwarven language and feel as kin to them.
No, partially giant, so this should help. Yeah, Atreus just puts it on.
The boots, handy, especially for one of you stronger swords. You find
Do me a
yourself
favor,
wrestling.
trade it to them for me, so I don't have to click and drag and shit. Because it's all on your
Okay.
character sheet anyway.
Okay.
Oh, I have two boots for some reason.
Well, then delete one of them.
There's a left boot and a right boot.
There we go. There's your belt. The boots.
Trade request is no longer valid. Alright, send it again.
Want to buy belt of dwarven kind. 1,000 platinum.
Send a player Atreus. Send.
Confirm. Jordan is broken.
Maybe because I have my character sheet popped out. Maybe I don't know.
Alright. I closed and reopened my character sheet.
Right again.
Jordan is broken.
It's broken.
Fine.
So to that,
It's
Jordan, I say
broken.
no. I won't trade it to them. You can't make me.
I wonder if it's because the image is broken.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, Atreus, you will have to claw it from my cold, dead hands.
Almost,
Good
you might
luck.
be able to make use of the boots if you'll find yourself wrestling with a creature. Even if its weight is over your capabilities, you'd still be able to move quite quickly. And if you find obstacles in your way, it might help.
Cool.
I would suggest inferior, but it seems like her opinion may be the same as Mercury, where they are not willing to partake of such things.
You might ask.
Well, you ain't here. You're out
I
sulking.
understand.
I know.
I understand their objections, but this is the most difficult task we're going to face so far, too. So to not accept these seems foolish.
Exactly.
I'm assuming the boots also didn't go through.
I already went. You went through all the hassle, so it seems
Oh, that won't work.
even more foolish not to take advantage of this.
Let them be upset about it for now.
I
And
will.
perhaps when they come to their senses, they'll accept.
Trace nods. I hope they get over it. I
will
feel like
too.
this
count
journey
on-
ahead is going to be one that tests not even our body, but also our spirit and mind. That's what
Oh.
I fear.
I will keep the pearl for now. I'm using a large amount of magic just making our way up this mountain. And I will find myself limited if I do not have more reserves. The rest, a simple healing potion and the thing rejected by Mercury, but most definitely used best by him. Something that will influence magic. Something that is meant to burn or break or tear away. It doubles over its effect. Fire will burn hotter. Ice will freeze colder. I could use it, but it is obviously Mercury's specialty. If you want it, Nyx, you can have it. Or else we wait for Mercury to change his mind.
The boots.
Potion.
The
I
maximum
will
power.
take it.
Very well. Hand it over to her. Find it.
Yeah, see if that one works. Please work, please work, please work. Yeah.
No.
Nyxo.
It worked.
Yep.
I have.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't like me then.
Yep.
Okay, I see.
Yep. As I'll walk over to this tree where Inferi, I'm assuming, sitting up on a branch.
I don't know if the tree's big enough for that.
It seems to be pretty large.
Cool. I'm sitting on a branch.
And you're pretty lightweight.
Yes, this is
I
true.
had.
How you doing up there?
I'm fine. How are you, Mercury?
Well, to be honest, kind of pissed off.
Yes, me too. Do you want a hand up?
Sure. So I'll kind of reach up, try to climb this tree.
I'll reach down and give him a hand up. I'm more disappointed than angry. I had
mean,
expected more from Nyx, at least.
yeah. She went and gave me a whole, 30-minute lecture about how you need to be more responsible. You need to be on some kind of high guard up here and make sure that you don't let, things affect you. She thinks because I lost my wings, I'm somehow damaged goods.
That was not very sensitive or kind or, well, wise of her.
Well, I think maybe she's projecting. Maybe she feels like she's losing a step.
Hmm.
I mean, that arm thing ain't looking good.
No, and I think Valis told her something that made her concerned.
Say that
Sure.
again. Cutting out.
I think Valis told her something about it that made her more concerned, but I don't know exactly what.
Who knows? God's working mysterious ways.
This is true. It is a little shocking to me that Kurt just watched, but I guess that's just her job,
Yeah.
not
Can't
to
really
interfere. Yes.
I mean, I expected Theamos to open it. I didn't expect him to just open it with just the two of them. He couldn't
Yes.
even wait.
I don't understand. This foolishness is exactly the kind of thing that started the downfall of Themis.
Well,
Not being cautious and hubris.
I mean, that's kind of the trick of the fates. Tend to bring people together that, well, help other people grow. I think Thamos has a lot of growing to do in that area, just like I got a lot of growth to do in a lot of other areas.
True. As do I. It's just concerning that here we are facing the greatest trial yet. Two members of our party open a dangerous box alone at night without telling the rest of us, and then think it's fine just to deal with some unknown creature, and an unspecific deal at that.
Well, one thing my pa always taught me is you can't control what other people are going to do. You can just plan for what they're most likely going to do.
Hmm.
Well, I think if we ever have a situation like this again, where there's debate over it, we just make sure that they ain't together on a watch and they don't even get to hold on to the box or trinket or door or whatever it is.
It does seem wise, doesn't it? It makes me upset at the lack of trust in our company.
Well, we're gonna have to put it behind us here pretty quick. I mean, we're going up to the old necropolis, and shit, if we ain't working together and all cylinders firing, well,
Then we're doomed. I know this, yet
3 cylinders.
it yet it seems wrong that we should be the ones getting over it without them apologizing. There's no trust built, no resolution, no compromise. If we just have to be fine with our morals,
well,
not. I, I don't know. I just.
that's one of the hardest things about being in a position of leadership.
But I'm not a leader, Mercury. I'm a lone wolf. Even among the Amazons, I was only with them for, a week, a few days, and then I would spend a week in the forests. And even when I was with them, I wasn't really with them. Gamera was the only one I was close to. This is the longest I've been part of a team. Really, the first time I've been part of a team, Mercury.
Well, it definitely suits you.
I'm not so sure, but thank you.
I mean, if it wasn't for you, them creatures sure as hell would have gotten to us a lot quicker.
I don't know about that.
How would we ever gotten to the Mossy Temple?
Slower.
I mean, you got old Ivis there watching our backs all the time from the sky. You
He's-
important.
Thank you, Mercury. As are you. Despite the fire.
Well, it's tough. I try not to burn a bunch of plants and trees unless I have to.
Thank
I
you.
always
I
try to make
appreciate
sure that you far away from it.
I appreciate it. I also understand that it's necessary and a very powerful weapon, especially against some of the creatures we have faced.
I mean, sometimes up in the hills of Yavin, we'd have overgrowth. And oftentimes fire can be a cleansing thing for the forest.
And some trees need it. And I do know this.
I mean, maybe this is just one of those times that, well, we're in a bit of the fire, and we need to just grow from it.
Perhaps. Just. We all thought that this cult of Lutheria nonsense would go away. That no one would be foolish enough to believe it. And that was doom.
Well, I think I got a new code to follow.
Oh.
Curiosity is gonna be the death of people with white hair.
Fortunately, right?
Well, we better get back to them. Who knows what else they're getting into?
True.
So let's hop down. Need a hand?
I'm alright, thank you. Hops
Alright.
gracefully out of the.
I'm gonna do deck save.
You're muted, Jordan.
Dex save
So
or
what you want to
20d20
do
damage.
when summoning demons is
Y'all ready to go?
Sure, looks like we have, what, maybe a couple more days of travel? Hopefully. Or look at Athenaeus.
A lot more
To
than
reach
that.
my people, sure. Your destination. Telemark is far away from here. I hope you brought more comfortable shoes. As Athenaeus starts to walk ahead. As you continue your journey.
Before we leave,
What's up?
as promised, Nyx is going to stand at the mouth of this cave and wait until everybody leaves. And then she is going to wave her censer in front of the door, and it's going to just start billowing and billowing at this entrance. And the stone is going to start slowly closing as I'm going to use stone shape to seal the entrance of this tomb.
Handy.
As the stone comes into being, what does it look like? Your censer bringing this mist together and it just solidifies, or?
Yes, it's bringing the mist together, and within the mist itself, the stone is starting to extend towards itself. And as it seals, you can see a little sliver of dark ink and glitter until it seals and becomes one.
Very nice. All right. As we're just about at the end, but let's see. Just like how we did last week, I do want to just move us a little bit further than we got. As pushing through this next day, tensions high, it seems, amongst your group. A bit of division, but not true infighting, at least not yet. Let us see. You find yourselves climbing further and further, higher and higher, the strain building, but your obstacles not really being that pervasive on this day. Sort of finding a stride through the mountain, it is mostly just weighing on you day after day of travel and day after day of climbing, but it does not require a whole host of resources from Sophia, at least this time. A bit of effort from Atreus and Emphyria, much in the same way to help people up as the mountain tries to slow you down. But I will need, after one day of travel through this area, coming out to the end of the hinterlands, I will need one more endurance roll. Give me 1 second. Here, public, all the players, and remove that dude. And as you're traveling You're finding it's getting harder and harder to push on as the DC is increasing.
I'm looking for a 36.
Oh no.
As I will need endurance checks from all of you. Again, if you are proficient in martial weapons, you can add your proficiency bonus in the little incidental field.
I like
Oh,
that
that little-
spear mastery.
Or it's gonna hurt me.
It broke.
Thanks.
It's not showing mine now. It broke.
Darn. I don't know why it broke for yours.
All the same spell slots I did last time.
So 14. I'll re-roll that using Mythic Inspiration.
Gotcha. And what was that?
Said I'm just gonna eat all the same spell slots I did last time.
No, you find you don't really
need
need
to.
them. The obstacles are
you?
lessened. It's just the day after day that's wearing on you now. There's a few obstacles, but they're easy enough to get through without you expending spell slots unless you just want to.
I will expend spell slots to lessen the burden on myself then. Whenever
Okay,
I start
just
feeling
using them on yourself.
and I feel a little bit better. Just you know what? I don't feel like fucking walking anymore. I'm gonna fly for fucking 10 minutes.
All right, give me the check with advantage then.
Better.
13. Still weighing on you though. It seems like it is physical, but there is, as you're sort of going through it day after day, you most in touch with magic really start to get a feel for it. This is unusual, along with Mercury, your experience with Mount Hyperion. Those last few days are tough. The air gets really thin, it's rippling cold, but it shouldn't be this tough this early. But it is. As it seems almost as if the mountains themselves are struggling to push you down in an almost supernatural fashion. After the first day, those of you that failed, so I think everyone except for Mercury.
No, I think Thamos got a 17 too, didn't he? Oh no, that was
I got-
Sophia's thing.
Yeah, double
I got a
11s.
19.
Yeah, Inferia passed.
Okay, Inferior. The rest of you will start this the next day of travel down 2 hit dice.
Down.
So I get extra 2 or just 1 less than what I had before?
So if you would go back to 7, you'll be at 5. Hey, thanks so much for the Raid Shade experience. We're just wrapping up the end of the session here. As you guys feel your stamina being drained through pushing through this mountain and coming onto the second day of travel after perhaps a quiet night at camp, your environment changes. The valley below seems to sort of fall away, harder and harder to see with rock and mountain sort of being in the way. And now, looking ahead of yourself, the mountains and valleys twist and turn almost unnaturally. They're unsettling to look at. The air is thinner and colder as it's nothing like your jaunts along the roads as you start to set out on the second day. The third of Cillian. Rocky, winding paths. The vegetation much more like a tundra than it is the forest. And there is a foreboding atmosphere. The life and energy of the open plains or being near the old woods, like you sort of felt at the beginning, Inferia, it's almost completely gone. The sounds of nature are far more predatory, mountainous vultures and birds of prey. A few bounding, skittish goats, but no songbirds or bunny rabbits anymore. It is harsh on the eyes and the feet. And up above, you can see a massive, swirling, stark white cloud hanging over the far peaks of Tillamook and its neighbors. Somewhere in that chilly storm, is your destination. The fabled necropolis, and within Xander's challenge. As I will bring you to what it is you see.
Oh my. Wait, is that a fence?
Look at that big ass fucking werewolf. It's huge.
Oh, that's great. That pass, though. Yikes.
It's okay. I got it. We're good.
This was once like popular city, y'all. How did they travel here?
Guys, it's only 50 feet.
As looking out ahead and feeling this sort of discordant and uncomfortable atmosphere, it seems like there is much more in store in the Mithril Mountains. Just getting to Telemark is a gauntlet in itself. Can our heroes come together and prevail over its challenges? Or will a divided house fall apart like so many other groups before them? As that is all I have for you tonight with Heroes of Thylea. I certainly hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. Some excellent role-playing as, in a final round, gonna distribute some laurels for some of those kick-ass conversations you guys had, along with Atreus's one at a time moment. I loved it. It was perfect.
Great.
Sophia and Theamos as well. All of you doing some great role playing at the end there and all throughout the session. And guess what? That chest did not only have items, it did not only have a strange, shadowy creature within, something that really only Sophia should know what it is.
Yeah, smut.
But also had one other wonderful little thing.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Penthouse. Playboy.
Oh.
Please tell me it's a magic chest.
For contesting and surviving the strange, shadowy creature.
I love that I could hear her screaming on Jordan's mic.
That was great.
You all also get some XP.
Hey.
4,000.
Just take out the
about
take out the glitter out the box and I just throw it at each one of your faces.
Glitter attack! Glitter attack!
Mercury refuses.
Glitter. Fuck out of
Mercury
here.
can just stay behind in XP.
Did that work? Cannot send. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Select all my lawyers as. Yeah.
Whoa.
That's all I've got for you guys. As each of you would get 125 XP. I can't seem to generate the thing I'm looking for, but that's all right.
I'll add it on.
Do it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, I want to thank you all so much for hanging out with us. I want to thank Shared Experience for the host and Johnny Thunder for the bits. Thank you guys for the love. It is Toxic. Thank you for following. Snow Tiger. Thank you for following. Pyrus Mana Burst. Thank you so much for hosting us at the start. You guys have been awesome. And Mel, can you let them know what we have going on here at Lionhead Gaming? Something we just started up.
Hello, everyone. Lionhead Gaming has moved their merch store to Redbubble. Now you can get the Lionhead Gaming logo on not just a shirt, but a sticker, phone case, poster, and more. You can also get merchandise with our favorite sign-off. May your dice roll 20s and you always make your saves. We are excitedly bringing you more stuff, so be on your toes, travelers. There is loot to come. You can find our current merchandise by clicking on the link in the chat to pick up some Lionhead Gaming product and support the channel. And for our podcast listeners, the link will be included in the description of the episode.
Indeed. And with that, we conclude tonight's episode of Heroes of Thylea. I, again, sincerely hope you all enjoyed what we played for you, and I hope you want to come back next week for more to see if our Oracle's Chosen can come back together. Be sure to tune in right here on Lionhead Gaming via Twitch at 5 p.m. Eastern. We also record this game for the Lionhead Gaming official podcast, available on all major podcasting platforms. Just search Lionhead Gaming and you'll find us. And we also have our wonderful other show on Lionhead Gaming that is just streamed on Thursday, Song of Rapture, which is on at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where you can come check on the Valiant Vanguard as they try to push through a strange Feywild labyrinth, trying to get an audience with a dark-eyed Fey in a quest to retrieve Queen Titania's lost heart. And in doing so, save one of our wonderful heroes' brother from being betrothed to her any longer. It's quite an interesting little tale in our attempts to crash a wedding. So be sure to tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern to see how it goes for the Valiant Vanguard. I'm excited to play, and I hope you're excited to watch. But that's it. We're going to go ahead and see who we can host or raid and share the love with. I want to give a final thanks so much to you all for watching, listening, chatting, hanging out with us. And, as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Bye-bye.
Toodles.
Bye.
Wash your hands, wear your masks.